Find your ID badge. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to set up here. Find your ID badge and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. All right, I'm still trying to set up here. Find your ID. Okay, we'll get started in just a little bit.
You're fine, I'm early. Is there a lot of people in this class?
16 or 14.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. That's pretty full.
Yeah, I signed up for it back in March.
Oh, wow.
When I got my taxes, I was like, let me try to better myself.
Yeah, I usually only take 12. So this class is kind of over full, but it's doable. Yeah, it's a really good idea to invest in yourself. Right. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Bathroom is just be on the archway on the right if you need to use the restroom.
Okay, thank you. We'll get our name tags up there.
Okay, cool. Do we sit just wherever?
Yeah. We get our name tags up there. Get our name tags up.
Everyone get your ID badge. Get started in just a few minutes. Looks like we're ready for just a couple. Good morning. You want to find your ID badge there, and you'll just have a seat anywhere where there's books. Just a few more minutes. You know, it's gonna be awkward time where everybody's just sitting here and wondering. Bathroom is just beyond the archway on the right if anybody needs to use the restroom. You can eat and drink in this room, so that's fine. If you guys have drinks in your car, you want to run and get them, you can. We will have a break at some point today. Just a lot of technology to stuff. Good morning. You want to come get your ID badge here and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. There's there, or here. You're welcome. We have just another few minutes before we're waiting on 2 more. While we're waiting, guys, if you have your cell phones on you, if you go to your Wi-Fi settings and look at for your CNA guest, you guys can log into that network. You'll see the number 4, YOUR, CNA guest. You guys see that one? Password is the number 4, YOUR, CNA. Now, once you're on the Wi-Fi network, open up a browser, preferably Chrome if you have it, and go to this website. You're going to type it in, courses, COURSES dot, the number 4, YOURCNA.com. You're going to want to bookmark this page. We're going to come back to this in a little while, but you'll want to bookmark this page. You're also going to get an email from me this evening, this afternoon or evening, and it's going to have all of that in it. All of the links will be in that email. So we call it the follow-up email because I'm gonna give you a lot of information today, and you're going to be scrambling. So I send you an email after class that reviews everything that we went over along with links. So you're going to get this information again. But you guys all have access to this course. You're going to get an invitation for the online course, and you're going to kind of see how it runs in just a little while. But if you already have it bookmarked, it makes it easier for you. Okay. Good morning. Hi, can you find your ID badge here? And then just have a seat at either of those seats. Right. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Catherine. Good morning, Kimberly. All right. So for those of you who are wondering about all of this, we live stream our classes to YouTube. So we have people joining us from all over the world, and this is what they see. This. So we have the camera so that they can see me and the demonstrations and everything. But I thought, well, they aren't the only ones that could benefit from audio visual. So we put it on the screen for you to see as well. So this is actually going out to YouTube, but I'm letting you kind of look in on it. Does that make sense? Okay, because you have me live. But I will refer to this screen a lot because a picture really is worth 1,000 words. So the main book that we're going to work in this course is the spiral book that you have in front of you, the white book with the black spiral. It says CNA Skills Study Guide.
You can write in this book. We're going to jump right in just a few minutes, and you are allowed, this is your book. You can do anything you want to with this book. You can write in it, you can color it, you can eBay it, you can burn it. It's yours. The other book, however, and we're going to get into the books a little bit later, but the other book we're not going to write in because you're going to return it to me on the last day of class. So the yellow book is loaned to you. The white book is yours forever. Now, those of you in YouTube world that would like to purchase this book, because you're going to need it to go through the program, I just put the link in the chat and you can order the book. We do ship out next business day. So if you order it today, it'll go out tomorrow. You should have it by next week's session. So if you don't have the book, you're going to need it. All right. So before we get started, I'm going to leave that up. Before we get started on CNA stuff, I'm going to give you just a little bit of housekeeping stuff. Okay. Fire marshal tells me I have to tell you. I don't know why. It's a small room. But in case of fire or other emergency, your exit is there. Why you don't know that, I don't know, but I have to address it. So your exit is there. If that exit for any reason doesn't work, you can go out the back one. That door will let you out. But unless you unlock it first, it's not going to let you back in. So if you go out back, make sure you unlock it before you go out. In an emergency, if you're using that back exit, go to the right. To the left will lead you to a fence. It's not going to help you in an emergency. So out the back and to the right. We also have a smoking area back there for any smokers or anybody that just wants to enjoy some fresh air and sunshine during break. We do open this classroom about 10 minutes before class, not much more than that. So if you're an early bird, go get a cup of coffee. I won't be here. I only get here about 10 minutes before class. And then I need about 5 minutes to set all of this up. Okay. Bathroom, like I said, is just beyond the archway on the right. We will have a break somewhere around 10:30-ish. But don't hold me to that, because if I'm talking and on a roll, it may be a little bit later. Or if we're doing well on time, it may be a little earlier, but somewhere in the vicinity of 10:30, we will get a 15-minute break. Good? Questions? You can go out and grab something to eat or drink, no problem there. And you can bring it back in the classroom, just clean up after yourselves. That's all I ask. If you're going to throw a cup in the trash, make sure it's empty first. So that sink, you can dump any liquids in before you throw the cup away. Good? Questions? Okay, so let me tell you who I am. Why am I standing up here? Why did you sign up for a class? And who is this person teaching you? My name is Patricia, and I'm an RN. I've been a nurse for a gazillion years, and I have worked in a wide variety of settings. And about 15 years ago, I started this CNA program. And we look very small. It's a small room. We're in teeny tiny Spring Hill, right? We're very small, but we actually have a global presence. We are the #1 CNA training resource on YouTube. We've hit over 100,000 subscribers. We're now at like 107,000. We're really, really big. Hi, good morning. Come on in. Are you Patricia?
Yes.
Okay, here's your ID badge. And if you want to have a seat right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So we're big globally. Now, the book that you have, that white book with the spiral binding, that's my name on it. I actually wrote that book, and it's being used by schools, hospitals, nursing homes, facilities all over the nation. So I tell you this, not to pat myself on the back, but just so that you understand that this program has been developed over 15 years, and it has a high level of authority. It works. Now, what makes it work is it's easy, right? You don't want anything complicated, do you? You want easy. And that's what I've done, is I've simplified the training to make it easy, effective, and repeatable, so that when you're learning things in this classroom, you're never, ever going to hear me say, well, yeah, that's how we're going to do it for the test, but in the real world, you're going to do something different, because that doesn't help you, does it? Right? It's not about passing a test. Passing a test is one day out of your life. You need to know what to do on the other 4 million days when you're going to be working. So I've designed this program to make it easy and repeatable so that you never have to question, what do I do here? What do I do in this situation? You'll always have the answer. Okay. Now I use a lot of repetition in the program. So if you don't catch something the first time around, chances are I'm going to say it about 400 times more. So you'll probably catch it somewhere in there. I've also got a ton of resources for you to be able to review the information as well. So again, if you don't catch it at first, there's going to be opportunities along the way for you to pick it up. Now, if you really aren't catching it, you need to let me know. Hey, I need some help. I'm not getting it. So I will ask for questions. If you have questions, please ask them. I am of the opinion that there are no stupid questions. You are here because you're trying to become a CNA, right? If you already knew what you needed to know, you wouldn't be here, which means that your questions are very valid. So if you've got them, use them, okay? Because if you've got a question, I guarantee you somebody else sitting in here probably has one too. Now, that being said, I'm probably going to tell you when you ask your question, hold on one second, I'm going to get there, because I've been doing this for 15 years. I already know what your questions are going to be. And chances are we have a slide on it coming right up. Okay, I'm very, very thorough in what I present. There are no stones left unturned. So chances are we've already got something in here to cover it and we're going to get to it. But please, again, ask those questions so I can make sure that you're engaging with the content as well. Good? Questions? Okay. So there's 16 of you, 14 of you, I'm sorry, 14 of you. Normally I go around the room and ask everybody's name and what brought you to the program, but there's a lot of you right now, and that would take up a lot of our time. So I'm just really, really quickly just going to ask you to tell me your name. Okay. I won't remember them today. I'm getting older. The brain's getting a little Swiss cheesy in there. So I probably won't remember all of them today, but I will ask you multiple times, what was your name again? What was your name again? That's my way of kind of cementing that information in my head. Okay. Good. Questions? While we're doing this, I'm going to pass this around. This is my email address list. How many of you guys got my welcome email? Okay. If you did not get my welcome email, you need to pay very, very, very close attention to this email address section because I probably have your email wrong. Okay. What I want you to do is review your name and your email address. Make sure that there's no typos, no spelling mistakes, that type of thing. If everything is okay, I just want you to write okay. If there's any changes that need to be made, this is your area to write your changes. Okay, good. Good. Pay close attention though, because a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about will be coming to your email. And if I don't have the right email, I'm not going to be able to get you what you need. Okay. So if I can start with you, what's your first name?
Rachel.
Rachel, welcome. Hi. Shaylin, beautiful name. Welcome. Hi. Bailey, nice to meet you. Very good. Nice to meet you. Bernice, welcome. Tara. Cynthia. Okay, nice to meet you. Patricia, welcome. JC, very interesting name. I love that. Gianna, nice to meet you. Melanie, very nice to meet you. Amber, welcome. Hi, Stephanie. Jillian, nice to meet you. Okay, so I'm hoping that everybody is here for CNA. Is everybody here for CNA? Okay. The first thing that we're going to do is start with a brief video. and you have access to this video as well outside of class. But this video is going to help explain what a CNA is and what we do. Now, oh, that's okay. Oh, yes, yes. So the Wi-Fi network is for your CNA guests, and the password is the number 4, YOUR CNA. Okay, simple. I like simple. I'm all about simple. So if you fall asleep in any other part of the program, that's okay. This is the one part of the program you do not want to catch a quick nap for. So I really need you to put on your best listening ears and pay close attention to this, because this one thing is going to form the foundation for everything that we do from here on out. It's that important. And you don't even have to take notes. So if you open up those white books to page 10, do you see at the very top of page 10 up here where it has a little video clapboard thing? Okay, that tells you that there's a video that goes along with this lesson. That's a video I'm about to show you. You can access these videos for free. I'm going to tell you where at the end of class. But more importantly, when you go home and tonight and you get that follow-up email, I'm actually going to have the link in the email. So all you have to do is click the link to be able to access this again. That way you can review it as often as you need to make sure that you get the information. Good? I told you we make it easy. Okay. All right. Gonna go.
Can everybody see the TV pretty well? The care plan and the CNA, why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for? Certified Nursing Assistant? That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the activities of daily living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs: bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication. This is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes, and they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days, and she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report. It may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks. CNAs follow the care plan and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do? Follow it exactly. That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson. All right, any questions? Questions?
Good question. When nurse changes the care plan, is it like their job to update us, or do we go and like ask, say, what there any changes with anything? Like, is there anything that's going to be different if they do make changes to the care plan?
That's a very good question, and it's going to depend on the setting because every setting is going to be a little bit different. So if you're working in a hospital setting, well, changes are going to happen all the time because our patients are unstable. They're either getting worse or they're getting better, but things are happening quickly. So in those settings, care plans aren't usually written. It's more verbal. So I would tell you, hey, Patricia, we don't need 2 people to transfer that patient anymore. 1 is enough. So we would be communicating verbally. Now, in long-term care settings like nursing homes, assisted living facilities, home care, our patients don't change a whole lot, right? Everything's pretty status quo. The way they were Monday is the way they're going to be Tuesday, barring something catastrophic, of course, right? But they're pretty stable. So our care plan in those settings would be more written, hard copy, because there's fewer nurses, more CNAs, right? Because it's more custodial care. Does that make sense? So any changes would be reflected on the written documentation that you get. So the answer to that question is it depends. Does that make sense? But ultimately, remember that we are nursing assistants. We're there to help not the plumber, right? It's all in the name. So let me give you an example of how this works and why we need nursing assistants, okay? So let's say that I'm working in a hospital and I have 8 patients that I have to see. Now, on all 8 patients, I got to do that whole head to toe assessment every shift. I've also got to give medications. I've got to hang IVs. I've got to coordinate with other disciplines. I've got to arrange tests. I've got to go over the results of tests to be able to notify the doctor if there's anything like wildly out of sync. So I got a lot to do, and 8 patients, all of that kind of stuff. That's a lot to do. I'm going to be running my tail feathers off, right? But I know that even though I've got all of those tasks to do, this patient still needs her teeth brushed, right? Got to be done. They're still going to have to pee, probably way more than I would like. They still have to eat. So they're, and chances are they're going to hit the call light because they're cold and want a blanket, or their remote dropped on the floor and they can't reach it. So there's a lot of interruptions. So how in the world am I going to get all of my stuff done? Head to toe assessments, medications, IVs, test results, coordination with other disciplines. How am I going to get all of that done if I'm answering call lights and giving them a call, a TV remote? I'm not going to be able to. So what I need is somebody that can do these routine tasks for me that I really don't have to think about. I can just say, what was your name? Bernice. I can just say, Bernice, they need a TV remote. Can you go take care of that? Or Rachel? Oh, one right. Or I can say, Rachel, Mr. McGillicuddy needs help to the bathroom. These are tasks you can do, right? They don't require a lot. Once you've been trained, and I'm going to do that for you. But once you've been trained, it's things I can send you. Now, I can't ask you. No, help. Shay. Okay, I was close. Good. So I can't say, Shay, go do a head to toe assessment on room 212. That's not your role, right? I can't delegate that. So that's what CNAs do. They perform, and this is important. We're going to get to this in just a second, right? I'm skipping ahead just a little bit. CNAs perform routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. That's what we do. So we're going to break that down in detail in just a few minutes, routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan, but that's really our role. So, and I'm going to explain that just a little bit more in a few minutes, but let's review this. So let's see if we learned anything from that video. So we perform skills as directed on the
Care plan.
Yeah, we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and that means we can't change it, right? We're going to observe. So we're looking for things to report. So we're going to observe for changes, basically anything that sticks out to you, anything, abnormalities, pain, patient says something, right? We're observing. So while we're doing the task, we're observing. And guys, that is half of your job. Observation and reporting is half of your job. And then we're going to report all of those observations to the RN. So if you look at this banner, right, half of it is following the care plan. The other half is observation and reporting. They're equal. Now, a lot of times CNAs, they get stuck up here. They get stuck on the tasks and they forget all about observation and reporting. And remember, that is half of our job. Okay. This just gives us a reason to do this. Good. Let's see if you got it. Let's see. Go to page 12 in your book, please. White book. When I say book, I'm always talking about the white book. And if you are ever wondering, I've got a picture of it right here along with the page. Okay, so I make it super easy for you to follow along. So if you go to page 12, oh, that is the wrong page. Okay, I got to change that slide. I don't know what happened there. Hold on one second here. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Ah, okay. All right, so we're going to get to the activity in just a second. I redid these slides for you guys all weekend. So my brain was a bit scrambled by the time I got this done last night. All right. So on page 60, don't pay attention to this. Page 60 is where we should be. Page 60. So I do apologize for that. Page 60, 60. So when we're looking at that banner, right, we're going to perform the skills on this on the care plan. Most of those skills are going to fall in this category, activities of daily living. It's what we do. Remember, routine tasks, stable patients, according to the care plan. You guys remember that? All right. So routine tasks are basically things you do for yourselves every day. So when you get up in the morning, when you jump out of bed, ready to tackle the day, I do not jump anywhere, right? I slither out of bed, moaning and groaning and complaining the whole way. But usually the first place I hit is the bathroom, right? So when your patients get up, what do you think the first place they're going to have to hit is? Bathroom. Makes sense, right? So we help with toileting. Somewhere along the way, I'm going to need to eat something because this body does not run on air, obviously. I got to eat something. So you guys probably eat something occasionally too. That is an ADL. You probably bathe sometime during the year, right? Yeah. Bathing, that's an ADL. Grooming, right? You brush your teeth. Your neighbor hopes so. Yeah. Grooming is an ADL. Mobility, getting myself to wherever it is I need to go. That is an activity of daily living. It's something I do every day, right? So we all know these activities of daily living. They're things that we are comfortable with. We do them on ourselves every day. But for some reason, when I tell you you're going to do them on somebody else, you tend to freak out a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. We're going to help other people with toileting. We're going to help them with bathing and grooming and dressing and feeding and all the other things we do for ourselves. We're just going to learn how to do them on another body that's not this big. Some of us are comfortable doing them on bodies this big, but we have to learn to do them on bodies that are not this big. Okay. But none of this is like out of the ordinary for you. We just have to learn some things like safety and patient rights and infection control. Those are the things that add a level of complexity, but I'm going to super simplify it for you. Good? Good. But there are some ADLs that aren't quite as visible. Things you do for yourselves every day, but you probably don't think about it as an activity of daily living. Things like socialization. Now, last night, by the time I had spent 2 days locked in my office for 14 hours a day, by the time I got done with that, I did not want to socialize with anybody. I was done. I wanted to sit in my little spot, an empty box, right? No socialization required. But there are most days that I feel the need to have conversations with other humans, preferably ones that are not this big, right? Socialization is part of your daily experience. There's going to be days that you are more social, and there's going to be days that you are a little less social, but socialization is part of your daily activity. What age do you think that ends? Never. So when we're caring for patients in any type of setting, we have to remember that, yes, they may need help with bathing and dressing and grooming and eating and toileting and all those other things, but they also might be in need of socialization because that is an ADL. Make sense? Along those same lines is recreation, activities. How many of you guys find yourselves holding your phone with no recall of how it got in your hand? Anybody have that experience? You're scrolling through your phone. You're like, when did I do that? How did this get there? Right? It's because you have a need to relieve boredom. You're searching for some sort of stimuli, right? Some sort of interaction, some sort of recreation, and you're getting it from your phone. Now, that's our main source now of recreation. And I know it is because when I declare it's break time, every one of you is going to pull out your phone. Okay. It's our main source. But when we're working with older individuals, they don't have that same need for the phone in most cases. How do you think they're going to get their recreation needs met and alleviate boredom? Yeah, sure. Reminiscing. They may want to watch TV or movies. They may want to do crossword puzzles or actual puzzles, or they may need some sort of stimuli. How many of you guys would be happy and feel fulfilled sitting in a room by yourself with absolutely nothing to do for years on end? Now, that seems like cruel and unusual punishment to me. Even people on death row in solitary confinement, it's right there in the name, right? Solitary confinement, right? They still get let out once a day. And yet in long-term care, we lock our old people away, put them in rooms. We don't talk to them. We don't pay any attention to them. And we think they're going to be okay with that. They're not. I can tell you, they're not. They need recreation as well. Now, something else that you may not think about that's an ADL is sleep and rest. Man, last night I needed rest. I was ready for bed. Rest, right? Sometimes rest smacks you in the face. You're going to take it whether you need it or not. And sometimes rest can be a little bit sneakier. It's like you get a little cranky, you get a little out of sorts, and you can't really put your finger on it. Maybe you need some rest. But rest is an ADL. Now, rest is beyond sleep, right? Sleep is part of rest, kind of the extreme part of rest. But rest is just kind of like taking a break. Good? Makes sense? Okay. So all of these things together make up our ADLs. And remember that as CNAs, this is our domain. This is what we do best. So bathing, dressing, toileting, grooming, feeding, yes, all of those are ADLs. We're going to learn how to do all of them. But we also have to remember that while we're doing those, we probably need to be socializing our patients. We need to be relieving their boredom, engaging them in activities, and making sure that they get adequate rest. Does that make sense? Good. So you saw this on the video. Anybody notice that the video was my voice?
Yes. I was wondering, you're the voice actor?
I am not just the voice actor. I'm the real actor. All the videos that you're going to see are me in this room. They were taped right here. I have multiple cameras. You can see a camera over the bed. You see one over the sink. You've got the big one here. I'm getting ready to retape the videos in the next couple of weeks. So the ones that you see online are from 2016, still very relevant. They still meet prometric testing needs, but they are a little older now. And I'm a little older now. So I'm going to retape them. But yes, you will see everything that I show you in here is me. So what that does is it promotes consistency. So you never have to say, well, wait a minute, in that video, they said this, and you're telling me this. I never want you to have that conflict, with the exception of, now I do have to tell you this. The yellow book that you're going to be reading for homework, the one in front of you, the one that's on loan to you, not my favorite book. It's a textbook. It's boring. I can't do anything about it. But you will find some conflicts between what the yellow book says and what I say. I'm going to tell you that if there's a conflict, I always win. Always. because I am giving you information specific to prometric testing. This textbook is a watered down nationwide basic, no specific type of overview. I'm specific. Okay. So if there's conflict between me and the yellow book, who wins? Me always. Everything else that I'm going to tell you, show you, demonstrate, push play, everything else is going to be me done right here. Okay. So this should look somewhat familiar to you. We just saw this in the video. And just to review our care planning process, our RN assesses the patient. Now, I want to stop here for a second because I said something in the video that you may not have caught. RNs are required to identify real and potential problems. Now, that's a really big deal because most of the actions that we are going to perform with the patients is based on a potential problem that the nurse has identified. Now, if you've ever tried to figure out a potential problem, it's mind-numbing. There are so many potentials out there, right? So RNs spend a good part of their RN education learning how to filter out external information that does not really count and focus on specific information to help identify potential problems. That really is nursing school in a nutshell. That's why it takes too long. Because you have to learn what not to listen to, and then you got to learn what to do about the stuff you do have to listen to. And that takes a lot of time. Yeah, to decipher it. Good? Make sense? So potential problems are what's going to drive a lot of the care plan. Now, that's important for you to understand because you may be reading a care plan and go, well, I don't understand. Why does this say this? This makes no sense to me. Well, it makes no sense to you because you're thinking about it from a CNA mindset, not an RN one. Good? Make sense? Okay. So that RN assesses the patient. They're looking for real problems and potential problems. When they identify those real problems and potential problems, they're going to develop a care plan to help take care of those needs. Now, we don't brush everybody's teeth. What's your name? Stephanie. If I came to your house at 6:30 tomorrow morning, now I'm assuming you can brush your own teeth, right? Yeah. So if I came to your house at 6:30 tomorrow morning, armed with a toothbrush and toothpaste and said, open up, you're probably going to think I'm nuts. And you're probably going to tell me no, because talk about awkward, right? If you can brush your own teeth, you do not want anybody in your mouth trying to get the job done. It's just awkward. So we aren't going to brush people's teeth if they can brush their own. Care plan may say mouth care setup and cleanup. That means we give them everything they need. We take it all away when they're done, but they're going to do the brushing. Awesome. It may say mouth care ad lib, which means we're not involved at all. The patient's doing it all themselves, not us. That's what you guys do. You brush your teeth when and where you decide to do it. But it may say perform mouth care. Well, now that's us. And we have to understand that's going to be awkward for the patient. It's going to be awkward. You ever have somebody in your mouth that's not a dentist? Awkward, right? So we have to be aware of the awkwardness for the patient. Trust me, they want to brush their own teeth. They don't want you to do it. So if at all possible, they're going to try to move heaven and earth to get that done. But if you have to do it, shouldn't we do a good job? Right? Well, that doesn't stop at mouth care. Same rules apply for toileting. Think about that. Same rules apply for bathing and dressing and grooming. So we're going to only do the things for the patients they cannot do for themselves. We're just going to help fill in their gaps. Does that make sense? So we're not providing all ADLs for all patients. We're only going to do the things that they can't do for themselves. And sometimes it just means they need a little help. Sometimes it means we're going to do it all. So the RN assesses the patient, looks for real and potential problems, develops that care plan, and then we perform the task. The best way to look at this is we become the hands and the feet of the patient. Hands and feet of the patient. Trust me, those patients do what they're going to do if they could do it. If not, we're going to be their hands and do the task, or we're going to be their feet and get them what they need. While we're doing this, remember, half of our job is observation and reporting. So we're going to make observations while we're doing those tasks and report those to the nurse. Now, if you have a good nurse, I wish I could report they're all good. They're not. They're not. I've had bad servers at restaurants. I've had bad cashiers at stores. I've had bad nurses in healthcare. They're not all good. I wish they were. But if you have a good one, they're going to take that information that you report to them and figure out how it's going to affect the patient. And that might create new tasks on the care plan. Now, the reason that this is a circle is because our patients aren't static. Patients get better. That's the goal anyway. And sometimes patients get worse. Well, if somebody is worse, the tasks we were doing on them when they were better probably aren't going to cut it anymore. We probably need some new tasks. And if the patient's getting better, then the tasks we were doing before probably aren't going to cut it anymore because they may be able to do them on their own now. So we have to have a system that allows patients to change and the tasks change with them. Good? This is called the care planning process. You need to understand vaguely how this works. There's nothing on the test that gives you this graphic and has you fill it in. Although I think there should be, but nothing like that. But you do have to have an idea of how it works because you may have a written test question on how care changes based on the needs of the patient. Okay. Good. Okay. So now let's go to page 12. And on page 12, you're going to see a care plan activity. Remember, I said you can write in this book. Anybody need a pen? Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's not a pen. Okay, so on page 12 are 8 questions. We are going to set a timer here. And I'm going to give you 10 minutes to get these 8 questions done. Should be plenty of time. But I want you to remember, do you see this thing right here? Remember we talked about CNAs follow the care plan, the whole care plan and nothing but the care plan. So I want you to remember that while you're answering these questions. We're going to see if you got what you needed from the video. Yes,
Is there more than one, like, is it a bathroom stall?
it's just a single bathroom. Yeah. And we do have another one in the retail store on break. You guys can go over there. It's at the back of the retail store. Whoever's in there can tell you how to get there. Is everybody done? Okay. All right. Okay, so let's go over these answers together. All right, so number one, you receive the displayed care plan. How far will you walk the patient? What do you guys think? 10 steps. Why is it not until the patient gets tired? Okay, so the easy answer is, yeah, the care plan. Care plan always wins, right? Care plan, care plan, care plan, care plan. You now have the information you need to pass the state exam. It is that simple. It really is that simple. They're going to give you instructions and you're going to follow them. And if you do that, you win. That easy. But if you don't follow those instructions exactly, you're going to fail the test. Good. Okay. So number 2, what is required to assist this patient to stand? Okay, so a gait or transfer belt. How come we can't just decide to use a walker? Not in the care plan. So what if we get this care plan, we go get our gait belt because we know we're following the care plan. We put the gait belt around the patient. We try to lift them up and they are all over the place. They're wobbly. They become a wet noodle and we don't feel safe. What do you think you should do? Yeah, first let's get them in a safe position. Sure. So sit them back down. And then what are we going to do? Yeah. Do we just go grab a walker, grab a physical therapist, grab another CNA? Because there's a change here. The nurse expects that the patient should be able to stand with a gait belt. If they can't, something changed. That means that the nurse needs to reevaluate the patient. If we just go grab a walker to get the task done, we've missed a vital opportunity. Does that make sense? Do you guys see how this works? All right, number 3. You receive the displayed care plan. Which body part will you exercise? Why can't we do both? I mean, exercise is good for you. We all know that. Exercise is good. So even though exercise is good, we can't do it if it's not in the care plan? Is that what you're telling me? Wow. You starting to see how easy this job just got? Anybody remember playing Simon Says when you were a kid? Anybody remember that? So the rules of Simon Says was that people were going to give you a task to do. And if that task started with Simon Says, you got to do it quick or you were out. But if the task they gave you didn't start with Simon Says and you did it, you were out. So the only way to win the game is to do exactly what Simon says when he says it very quickly, right? Well, take Simon out of this and put care plan in, and that's what CNA is. It's a giant game of Simon Says. That's it. Simon Says. So if you've got this concept down, right? If we know that the care plan is going to give us tasks, we have to do those tasks. And if we can't do those tasks, we're going to report it to the nurse, right? If you've got that concept, the rest of this class, super easy. Super easy. That's why I said I don't want you to fall asleep in the first 45 minutes because this forms the basis of everything else that we do. And when I say that, I really mean it. So let's go down really quickly here. Let's go down to number 6. Is documentation required for this skill on this patient? What'd you guys get? B, yes. But more specifically, B says, yes, it's required on a food and fluid intake form. How did you know that? The care plan. That is right. That is right. Very specific. So do you think specifics matter on the test? Absolutely. Okay. So if we know that we have to follow the care plan on the test in order to pass, right? They're going to give us care plan. We're going to follow that. Wouldn't you like to have those care plans are going to use on the test? Wouldn't that be nice? That'd be helpful, wouldn't it? Yeah. Do you see these care plans? Those are the testing care plans. Those are 4 of them. Now, there's 20 that they can pick from. I gave you 4. Do you want the rest of them? Yeah. So let's go to page 17.
I took your class 3 years ago.
You looked very familiar. Okay.
Yeah, I took it 3 years ago. Back then I was like 17 years, so I don't really remember. I didn't really show up. I wish I did. This month for the exam, I did not pass.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
I was like, I passed the skills, but it was
The written. Yeah. We're going to get to the written in a little bit. Yeah, there is, guys, how do I put this? If you're prepared, the test, super easy. I mean, just super simple. But if you don't know what they're going to be testing you on, the test is actually pretty hard to pass. Now, I'm going to make it easy for you. You're going to get out of the test. You're going to go, wow, I was stressing that for what? But understand that's not everybody's experience, because if you don't understand what they're looking for, you're never going to meet it, right? So we just covered the care plan in detail, and I'm not done yet. You're going to hear about the care plan for the next 4 weeks. We're not done. But if you understand that you're going to get a care plan and you have to follow that care plan, and if you can't follow that care plan, we're going to report it to the nurse. If you understand that, you're about 90% of the way there. I got a lot more to go over with you, but you're about 90% of the way there. So this is what you see here. These are the testing care plans. You have them in your book. You can always refer back to them, but this is our classroom copy, and this has a little bit more information on it. We'll go through this in a little bit of a little while in detail, but this is our testing care plan set. So we're going to talk, I'm going to explain to you how these 3 skills get picked on these sets. And we're going to go over each care plan individually in just a little bit, but I need you right now. I'm just kind of skimming the surface, and then we're going to go deeper. Okay. But this is always available to you in this classroom. They're usually on this table. They might be hanging up on the wall if I clean up, but I usually leave them on the table for you. But this is the testing care plan sets. But remember, you've got these in your book on page 17 as well. Now you've got a little number up in the corner. 31, 33, 34. You guys see that number? That tells you how long you would have to perform those 3 skills on the test. That's what that number means. We're going to get into skills timing at the end of week 2. I got a whole lesson on it. So we will be covering that, but just know that that little circle there tells you how long you would have to do those 3 skills. Now, for those of you who feel a lot of pressure when things get timed, I know there's a lot of people that feel, once you know you're being timed, it kind of ramps up the pressure for you. My skills videos, right, where you watch me, I'm going to show you videos as we go, but where you watch me do the skills, if you watched all those back to back, put it on a playlist, just run through all of them, it takes just over 2 hours to do 21 skills. 2 hours to do 21 skills. You got 31 minutes to do 3. Plenty of time. Way more time than you need. Do not rush. Don't feel pressured. My students do not time out because you kind of have a general clue of what you're doing. Good. Okay. Now, in order to perform these skills, we have to learn all of those banners on the back wall. You see all those banners? We are going to learn all of that by Wednesday. And now you guys are all freaking out on me. Well, we've already learned the first one. We know that we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and then we have to, what do we do for changes? What do we observe? Right? We're going to observe for those changes, and then we're going to, who said it? I report it to the RN, right? So we already know that banner. You already learned it. We're also going to learn the opening and the closing today. So out of those 11 banners on the back, today, you're going to have 3 of them down. down. I mean, the way you can recite that one, you're going to be able to recite the next two as well. And then when we get into Wednesday, we're going to get about 5 more taken care of. But I'm going to explain them in little bits as we go with a lot of repetition so that it's going to make sense to you. And hopefully, if I do my job right, you'll never have to think about how to do a skill again. Never have to think about it because it will be instinct. So right now, you wouldn't ever dream of doing a skill without looking at the care plan, right? Because I've made that important in your life. So when you get to the test, you're going to be asking, where's the care plan? So I'm going to do the same thing for absolutely every step we have to do for each skill. So by the time I'm done with you, it wouldn't cross your mind to do the skills in any other way than what's required for the test. And that's why we're successful. Okay, a lot of repetition. All right, so you have, just remember, page 17, you have this. So let's go to page 14 now, and I'm going to go over a couple of concepts with you. We don't get into this a lot. You can go back and read this. And again, you'll have access to this in the wrap up. Do you see this right here? What does this tell us? There's a video for it. Absolutely. There is a scope of practice video. Now, do you guys remember that I said, I don't have it in here. Do you guys remember that I said that this is being live streamed to YouTube? You guys remember that? Okay. Right now we're live on YouTube. Wave. Okay. We are live on YouTube. So when you go home tonight, this is available to you. You can go back and watch this whole presentation. But one of the things that I'm doing for all those YouTube people is I'm putting links to all these videos in the chat. So if you go rewatch this, you'll actually see links to those videos right there in the chat as we're going through the concepts. So they're able to keep up as well. So you can always go back and review those videos. Now, I'd rather talk to you than put on a video. So I'm going to tell you about scope of practice. I made a statement earlier that CNAs do routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. That is our scope of practice. That's it. If it's not a routine task, do we do it? No. Who do you think would do it if it's not routine? The nurse. Absolutely. If it's not a stable patient, do we do it? Who do you think works on unstable patients? The nurse, not our task. If it's not on the care plan, do we do it? No. So we have to do routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. That is your scope of practice. And if you can remember that statement, the written test, about 30% of it just got taken care of. Routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. Now, I keep saying these same things over and over, but you need to understand why. CNAs kill about as many patients as surgeons every year, but we don't talk about it. I think we should be talking about it. I really think we should be talking about it. Because if we perform skills in an unsafe manner, the patient is going to pay a price. If we don't pay attention to infection control, the patient is going to pay the price. If we aren't following the care plan, the patient is going to pay the price. So routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan really has to be our mantra. We've got to stick to that with everything inside of us, because if we don't, it's the patient that's going to pay the price. Let me give you an example. Okay. So let's say that we have a patient, we'll pick on her. She has a hip replacement in her left hip, and she had a surgical site infection. So she's getting IV antibiotics, and it's really wiping her out. And she hasn't been participating with physical therapy too much because she's got all these complications going on. And she's a little older and set in her ways and a little depressed at the moment. She's got a lot of stuff going on, right? Well, you have been assigned to go in and do range of motion on her right leg. I don't know if you remember what I told you. Her left leg had surgery. We're told to do range of motion on the right leg. But we know as CNAs that if you're stuck in bed for a long period of time, you're kind of at risk of developing blood clots, and blood clots are not a good thing. And we know physical therapy isn't working with her because we're in the room all the time and we see physical therapy isn't there. So we might think to ourselves, well, I don't want her to get a blood clot. So I'm going to go ahead and exercise that left leg too, just to prevent a blood clot from forming. It sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Sounds like a good idea. Is it on the care plan? Care plan said range of motion on the right leg, or the right leg. If we do the left too, are we following the care plan? What you didn't know is she's already got a blood clot in that left leg. And when you exercise the left leg, it dislodged the blood clot, went to her heart, her lungs, and she is now dead. The care plan exists for a specific reason. You are not going to know all the information about the patients. There's no need for you to. You don't need to know all of their diagnoses to brush their teeth. You don't need to know why a care plan tells you to do something to carry out that task. Does that make sense? Now, if you have a burning desire to know, then you need to go to nursing schools because you would make an awesome nurse. Okay. But we need to understand that the care plan exists because we simply don't have time to explain every aspect of every patient to you. Good? Makes sense? There's a line from a movie. Anybody ever see, it was Armageddon. It's one of those space asteroids coming to kill the Earth something. Armageddon or Deep Impact, one of those two. I don't know. I get them confused. But one of the characters says, I can do or I can teach. What's your pleasure? And that's kind of the way CNA is, right? So you can either do the task or you can ask somebody a ton of questions about it, but you don't have time to do both. Good? Makes sense? Okay. So let me give you another example of how a well-meaning CNA can ultimately lead to disaster. There was a nursing home that had most of their diabetics down one wing. And there was one patient there that was very brittle. Now, when you hear that term brittle, it means that we can't really control their blood sugars. They have a mind of their own. They go really high, they go really low, and no real consistency there at all. And it really doesn't seem to be tied to what they eat or their exercise. It's just, they're just like all over the place, kind of like, crazy. Well, this nursing home had a very brittle diabetic on this wing. And every time the patient would complain that they were dizzy and weak and the CNA would see them go pale, get a little sweaty, she'd go get the nurse and say, hey, Henry's having these symptoms. The nurse would put sugar and orange juice, mix it up, take it to Henry. Henry would drink it and get better. And this went on for weeks. Patient had symptoms. The CNA went and told the nurse. Nurse put sugar and orange juice, took it to the patient. Patient drank it, got better over and over and over and over. Well, on this particular day, the nurse that was responsible for that unit was at lunch, and the nurse that was covering was dealing with an emergency on her unit. So we've got a CNA that doesn't have a nurse readily available. Patient gets symptoms. So the CNA wants to help the patient. Great heart in the right place. There's nothing on the care plan that says anything about dealing with this. What are they supposed to do with observations? Report it to the nurse. Well, this CNA took it upon themselves, grabbed a packet of sugar, put it in orange juice, gave it to the patient. Within 2 hours, patient was in the hospital, the ER. 2 days later, the patient's dead. Now, this CNA did exactly what the nurse did. Why did they get different results? Because there's a part of the story that the CNA didn't know. This patient was wearing a glucose monitor, a continuous glucose monitor. So every time the CNA told the nurse, hey, the patient's got these symptoms, the nurse would pull up the blood glucose reading and see that it was low. Put sugar in orange juice, gave it to the patient, the blood sugar went up, everybody's happy. The CNA did not know that part of the story. So when the patient got symptoms and the CNA treated it like it was low blood sugar, the patient was actually having high blood sugar, and we dumped a whole bunch more sugar into the system, and the body was unable to deal with it. It is, absolutely. Yep. So sad, we can all say that that's horrible and very sad, but the CNA was really trying to help. I mean, her heart was in the right place. Does that make the patient any less dead? Does that bring any comfort to the family? No. So as well-meaning as you might be, always, always know that there is a part of the story that you don't know. There is always a detail you are not privy to. So making decisions can have disastrous consequences. Make sense? Now, CNAs, we try to make decisions all the time, and we usually don't even realize we're making decisions. So I have to kind of train this out of you from the very beginning. Good? Make sense? Okay. So on the written test, if you are making any decisions at all, is that the right answer? No. Good? Questions? That is, in a nutshell, our scope of practice. Routine tasks, stable patients, care plan. So we can sum that up to normal. Routine tasks, stable patients, according to the care plan, we could call that normal. CNAs do normal, right? So the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan, this forms our foundation. This is where we live, right? You see it on the screen. I've also got a big poster up there to remind you once this screen goes away. This is our scope of practice. We call it the happy CNA place because it keeps us happy and it keeps our patients alive. So we stand on the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. That's our foundation. And CNAs do normal keeps us from going outside of our boundaries. This is a wall that cannot move. This is impenetrable. Now, the other wall over here, remember that walls are impenetrable. They cannot move. The other wall over here is principles guide performance, which means absolutely nothing to you, but it's everything on that back wall. All of those principles are going to tell us how to do the skills. So if we're going to wash a body part, we're going to use the washing rules. If we're going to undress the patient, we got to think about a privacy blanket. If we're going to get any kind of linens, some linen rules are going to apply. Okay. These rules along the back wall is what's going to keep us in our scope of practice. It tells us how to do the skills. Now, above it all, the one thing we have to remember that's over everything is that it's always about the patient. It's not about us. It's never about us. Let me explain it a different way. We have to remember that it's always about the patient. So when you're making, when you're preparing for the test, I'm going to remind you of this a lot, because right now you're focused on you, and that's appropriate. You're getting ready for a test. You're thinking with test brain. I have to do this right. I need to know the steps. I. Who's it supposed to be about? The patient. It is not about you. That test has nothing to do with you ever. The test is not centered on you. Who do you think that test is centered on? Yeah, the patient. So most of the checkpoints that we're going to be looking at in just a little while, because we're going to look at checkpoints, most of the checkpoints we're going to look at are going to be centered on the patient. So if the test is centered on the patient, then we need to remember it's not about us, it's about so that we're doing the right things to make sure that we pass. Good? And then our cardinal rule is to report all observations to the RN. So these two things are above everything else, because if there's an observation, that means patient changed. If the patient changed, the nurse needs to know. Right. Bless you. So care plan forms our foundation. CNAs do normal, and we're going to follow those principles, provides our wall. Above everything, it's about the patient and report our observations. If you do these things, not only will you pass the test, that's going to be super easy for you, but more importantly, you are going to be a highly effective CNA once you're out there working. See, right now, your focus is on the test. You're it's in your horizon, actually pretty close, probably a little nervous. My focus is not on the test. The test is one day out of your life. And in reality, the test is like 2 hours out of your life. If you spend the next 4 weeks preparing for 2 hours, you've missed the point. My focus is on the day after the test when you go to work. I've got to make you effective, because otherwise that test does absolutely nothing. You might pass it, but if you're not ready for the workplace, you're going to wash out. And then what was all that for? All this time you're spending in class, all the homework you're going to do, all the cost involved will be for absolutely nothing. And more importantly, our patients out there are depending on you because we are in a huge shortage. So it doesn't do us any good to get you trained enough to pass a test. I need you trained enough to work effectively. If I do that, the test, it's just a gate you got to get through. Good. So that's where my focus is. And this is going to be a big part of it, understanding our scope of practice. All right, so let's talk about delegation. This is page 8. So once you get past the test, and you get out there working, you're going to come across situations where employers are going to want you to learn new skills. And it's a question I get asked a lot of times. Well, can a CNA do that? Can a CNA take out an IV? Can the CNA turn on oxygen? You know, all these things that you weren't trained to do in class, can a CNA do that? And the answer is yes, you can, but you have to be trained. Now, training doesn't have to be in a classroom. It doesn't have to be like this. Training can be at the bedside. There's a saying, see one, do one, teach one. So when I want you to be able to turn on oxygen on a home care client, there's no nurse there. Patient gets out of the shower. We put the oxygen back on. I need you to know how to turn it on. So I'm going to come in and teach you at the bedside how to turn the oxygen on. And then the next day, I'm going to come watch you turn the oxygen on to see if you did it right. And then finally, I'm going to have you teach me how to turn the oxygen on to make sure that you truly got it. Make sense? Okay. You can be trained to do a lot of additional tasks, and where you go to work will determine what tasks you need to be trained to do. So if you're working in home care, yeah, oxygen might be a task you need to know how to do, but you probably aren't going to need to know how to remove IVs. Not relevant, but if you go to work in a same-day surgery center, in the post-op section, so these are places where people go get like minor surgeries done. They go in the morning, they get their surgery, they recover, and then they go home in the afternoon. Well, we're not sending them home with IVs. So if you work in post-op, you would be trained to remove that IV. But remember, it's a routine task and a stable patient. Remember, those two rules never change. But I can't just tell you, go take out an IV. I have to show you. And then I have to watch you. And then I have to let you teach me. Good? Make sense? There's a lot of additional tasks that you may be learning to do once you get into the workplace that's specific to that workplace. Now, there are some rules that govern this. There are. As a nurse, I have to know what is delegatable. You guys don't really need to know all that, but a couple of things I have to consider is number one, is it something that I can even do? I can't delegate a task to you if I can't do it, right? Now, I don't know how to create a tracheostomy. So I'm not going to grab a pocket knife and a ballpoint pen and try to wing it. And I'm certainly not going to ask you to do that. If it's not a task I can do, it's not a task I can delegate to you. So that's number one. Is it something I can even do? Number two, I have to figure out, is it a routine task? Is it something that you can do with a pretty reasonable amount of repetitiveness and nothing ever really changes? Number three, is it a stable patient? Well, we've heard those things before, haven't we? Yeah. Number four, I have to make sure that you have the right supplies. You don't have to think about supplies. Okay, you don't have to decide what to get. You have to know what's required. And number five, I have to make sure that I'm available if any questions come up. Okay, so as long as I've met all that criteria and I know that I can train you to do that task, and you're a pretty bright individual and you can catch on, then we can go for it and I can train you. Now, some of this is going to be dictated by state laws. Some of this is going to be dictated by employer regulations. But for the most part, in a nutshell, delegation means that you can take on additional tasks. Okay, good. So along that line, let's talk about liability, page 9. Because this is what you really want to know. Well, wait a minute. If I'm taking on these additional tasks, does that mean I'm liable for them? And the short answer is licensed equals liability. What does the C stand for in a CNA? Certified. Certified is not licensed. Certified is not licensed. Certified means you took a test. Licensed means you have liability. So who do you think has liability here? The nurse. So the nurse is liable for absolutely everything you do, as long as you're operating under the care plan. So let me explain how this works. I'm the nurse. This is our patient. You guys are all here to help me. Yay. If I tell you to help the patient out of bed with a gait belt, and you've been trained and you help the patient out of bed with a gait belt and the patient falls, you are not liable because you performed a routine task on a stable patient according to the care plan. Now, if I ask you to help the patient out of bed with a gait belt and you decide not to use the gait belt because it's down the hall and you don't want to take the extra steps and the patient falls, do you think I'm still liable? No, because she didn't follow directions. Do you think I'm going to take liability for her not doing what she was told to do? So if you want to avoid liability, what do you think you need to follow? Yeah, absolutely. Starting to see how this all comes together, right? If you step outside of that care plan, there isn't a nurse on this planet that's going to stand behind you. You are putting their license on the line. That's why the system exists the way it does. Because if they're assuming liability, they've got to have the ability to tell you what to do and how to do it for them to assume the liability for your actions. If you're not following that care plan, you are out on your own. So let's talk about home care for a second. Specifically, going out on your own. So there's a lot of CNAs out there that will put an ad on any one of those care jobs boards, CNA for hire, right? And you contract with a family, and it's a great deal because you can get paid more going direct than going through an agency, right? So you're getting more money in your pocket, but you're responsible for taxes on that, by the way. But the real problem is here that CNAs perform routine tasks on stable patients according to who is the only person that can write a care plan? The nurse. So if you are going direct to patients and there is no nurse, that means there is no care plan. So who's assuming the liability for everything you do? You are 100%. 100%. And don't think that little old lady's family cares about you. No, because when she dies, if it was your fault, they're going to take everything you own, even if it was an accident, because you are liable. So I'm not saying that that's not a good career option, but I'm saying that if you're going to take that option, you need to go into it with full awareness that there is nobody covering you, that your actions are yours and yours alone. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a break here. There we go. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
We were talking about one of the questions for range of motion, and I noticed, I think question 8 talked about radial pulse. What does that mean, and what's the difference between radial pulse and I guess a regular pulse?
We're going to talk about that when we get to Pulse next week. Or I actually think that might be Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, Pulse is Wednesday.
I have a question for you. When I got the paper, they said classes were Monday and Thursday, on your paper says Monday and Wednesday,
Yeah, it's Mondays and Wednesdays.
their paper said Monday and Thursday,
The application packet.
when I first got here.
I think mine did say Monday and Thursday as well, and I also was told that I was starting on the 15th. But that was my first day, and that's when my first pay, or my second payment was.
Okay, I do apologize for that. I've got some new employees over there, so I'll check on that. Let me look at the registration packet. If so, I do apologize for that, but no, they're Mondays and Wednesdays. I go live on Thursday for a live question and answer session, and I think that's in the paperwork too. But that's not you guys in class.
Okay, well, it just, when I first did it, it just said Thursdays. So, but
Okay.
they underlined everything and it showed when I did it last time.
If you can bring that in with you on Wednesday, that would be a great help for me, so I can make sure that all my paperwork is up to date. So I can track down where that paper
Well,
is.
they
that we're
have
not
the
using.
paper over there. They should have it over there still.
Yeah, I'll go over there and take a look.
Well, I can go look at it.
I did want to ask you though, is this royal blue or is this royal blue?
Yeah.
So your scrubs, the ones, the actual scrubs is royal blue, so you're
Okay.
in royal. What I'm wearing and your jacket is navy.
Okay,
Oh
I
my
just wanted to
gosh.
make sure, because I was like, oh, we're in the wrong.
I was thinking the same thing when I walked in and see everyone in black and this blue. It started with black.
Yes, yeah, it used to be royal blue and hunter green. And then last October, I changed it to our logo colors.
Okay.
So if you look at the front of your book, the logo,
Black,
it's
red.
black, red, and blue, but the blue is kind of in between Navy and Royal, so I'll take.
Okay. So should I show up to class in this?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
think that's what we did. Yeah. Okay. So if you go to page 6 in your book, this is what we're going to talk about now. Since we're on the subject, let's talk about the test. What to expect. So during the second week of the program, I'm going to hand out the testing registration forms. We're going to fill them out together. I'm going to make sure you have all the right stuff in all the right places. It's a 7-page form. It's rather extensive. But for those of you who absolutely positively cannot wait until the second week of the program, and you absolutely have to, for whatever reason, register right away, you can find instructions. We also on our website have detailed test registration instructions as well. So you have an opportunity to register at any time. All of you are going to be registering as challengers, which means that the class and the test are not tied together in any way. So you can register at any time. If you register when I give you the registration forms, you should be testing about a week or 2 after graduation, which is perfect timing. You want long enough that you're able to practice, but short enough that you haven't forgotten everything that I said. So that's why I give the registration packets at very specific times in the program. Good? Questions? All right. So let's talk about testing day. When our closest testing center is in Tampa. Those of you who live in Citrus County, there is one in Ocala. We used to have one down in the Trinity area, but that has closed. So our closest is now in Tampa. There's 2 testing locations in Tampa, one closer to the airport, one way on the other side over by Busch Gardens. So the airport one is a little bit closer for us. When you go to the testing center, you can only take 3 things in with you. You can take your test admission letter. You don't have to have the printout. You can have it on your phone. That's fine. But once they check you in, you have to put your phone in the car or in a locker. You cannot have it on you. You can take your keys in, and you can take 2 forms of ID, one with a picture and one with a signature. So the picture one needs to be a non-expired government ID, driver's license, ID card, military ID, passport. The one with the signature can be a bank card, credit debit card. It could also be your social security card. It could be another form of the photo ID that we just talked about, but you have to have one with a picture and one with a signature. The names on both of them have to match exactly. They have to make sure that you are you. We did have a problem about 8 years ago. There was somebody in Miami that was testing for other people. Yeah. So they really do take test security very seriously. So if your name doesn't match on your 2 forms of ID, they will not let you test.
You specifically need 2 forms of ID, or can you just bring your driver's license that has your signature already on it?
No, you have to have 2 forms. Yep, 2 forms. Yep. All right, so once you go into the testing center, like I said, no electronics are allowed. I mean, other than if you have to take your phone in to show your authorization to test, you have to lock it up, either in their lockers or in your car. You can't have it with you in the waiting room. But once you go in and you get checked in, you'll actually go into a waiting room with 7 other strangers. You will not be testing with the people in this class. Remember that the class and the test are not tied together. You are all registering independently. So chances are you aren't going to test with anybody in this class. So you're going to be sitting in that room with 7 strangers. Now, you'll have 2 rooms for testing. One of them is a clinical skills room. One of them is a computer room for the written test. Some places have this together in one, but most of the time they're 2 separate spaces. But it's important to note that the waiting room is not in either one of those. So when you are testing in a very private room, closed with a door, and the people waiting to test cannot see your performance. You're not on a stage performing in front of an audience. It's very private. There's only 4 people in that room. The 2 evaluators, because in Florida, we do have 2 RN evaluators. Now, not every test experience will have 2 evaluators because like everywhere else, we're short-staffed. So whenever possible, they have 2 evaluators, but sometimes you may test with 1, depending on staff availability. Okay. But you'll have 1 or 2 evaluators, you and another testing student in that room. They're going to show you around because you've never been there. You don't know where the washcloths are, right? So they're going to show you around and make sure that you understand where everything is before you start your test. Good. All right. So when you go to the testing center and you are there with 7 other, they only test 8 people a day. When you are there with 7 other strangers, they're going to divide you up into groups of 2. And this is not random. A lot of people think this is random. It's not. When you get checked in, they're going to ask you, do you have any conditions that would keep you from being a patient for any one of these skills? And if you've got athlete's foot, you need to let them know. If you just had mouth surgery, you need to let them know. If you have food allergies, you need to let them know. If you have a prosthetic leg, you need to let them know. So they're going to ask you, do you have any conditions? And then they're going to look at the skill set that you have that was assigned to you. Remember these things, right? They're going to look at, because your skill set is actually coded into your number. So they're going to look at your skill set and they have to pair you up with another individual because that other individual is going to become your patient. So if you have ambulating with a gait belt and she has a prosthetic leg, she's probably not going to be a good patient for you. If you have mouth care and she just had dental surgery, she's probably not going to be a good patient for you. If you have foot care and she has athlete's foot, we don't want to go there, right? So they're going to look at your skill set and what conditions the other people have, and they're going to match you up with somebody that is relevant to your skill sets. Now, if you get ambulate with a gait belt or transfer out of bed and into a wheelchair or something that requires moving a patient, they are going to pair you up with somebody your body size or smaller. Okay, good. Makes sense? So there's a lot that goes into this. When I say that it's not random, it's not random. It takes them about 20 minutes or so. Once they get everybody checked in, it's going to take, they'll leave. The evaluators are going to like walk out of the waiting room for a little while, and you're all going to be sitting there looking at each other like, when are we going to start this thing? Well, what they're doing is they're pairing you up into your groups. When they come back, they'll then divide you up into groups. Now, when they do, I'm going to make this random just because. When they do, you guys are group 1. Don't go anywhere. You guys are group 2. You've got about 45 minutes to an hour to kill. You don't have to wait in the waiting room. You can go out to your car and study. Perfectly okay. You guys are group 3. You've got about an hour and a half to kill, hour and 45 minutes before you have to test. So you can go to Target, do some clearance shopping. You don't have to wait right here. Just make sure you're back here in an hour and a half. You guys, you're group 4. You've got about 2.25 hours before you have to be back. So Chili's, 2 for 1 margaritas. We'll see you in a bit. So once they've divided you up into your groups, then they're going to take the first group into the testing room. Now, the clinical test room is set up very similar to this. You're going to have 2 beds. If I put a wall right here, all the way across with a door in it, this would be the waiting room. This would be the clinical room. Okay. So this clinical room has 2 beds. It has a mannequin. It has a patient bathroom area, but you don't know where everything is. So they're going to take you in here and show you where to find the linens, how the wheelchair works, how to adjust the bed, what we use for a privacy curtain. All of that will be reviewed with you. They're going to show you around and you can ask questions. Now, you're probably not going to remember all of it. because you're stressed. So you can always ask where questions. Where can I find this? Where is this located? You can also ask how to work the equipment. What you can't ask is, so how do I do mouth care again? They're not there to teach you, but you can ask questions about the environment and the equipment. So the way that this works is that the evaluator is going to have a care plan set like this, and they are going to read this to you. They're going to pick one of you to go first. I'll just pick on you because you're closest. So they're going to read this to you. So give me a number 1 to 11.
7.
7. So the computer randomly picked skill set 7 for you. And your skills are feeding a resident who's in a chair. Oh, you get a snack. Providing hand and nail care, and ambulate resident using gait belt. Okay. So that's your skill set. You're going to be performing those skills on her. So I'm going to read this to you, but once I'm done reading it to you, I'm actually going to hand it to you. And that is now yours throughout the entire test. So remember, we follow the care plan. You guys remember hearing that any time today? Right? So you want to put that in a place that is visible, because when you're doing these skills, if you forget what the care plan says, you want to be able to go over and review it. And you can stop the test at any time and go read that care plan. Okay. So you always have access to that care plan. You're going to do those 3 skills in the order listed. Super important. In the order listed on her. Now, when you're the patient, you're going to get a script. And that script is going to tell you what to say. You're always going to be cooperative. You're going to be yourself. So if she's going to ambulate you, that's one of her skills. So you walk like you walk. You're not going to walk like this. Okay. You're going to walk like you walk, right? Turn around and walk back. You're going to be you. Not all patients are 90-year-old invalids. Don't try to turn the patient for the test into that. Be you. Be pleasant. Be cooperative. Now, you're going to have a hard time at home. How many of you guys have a live human at home that you're going to be practicing on? Anybody have any live humans at home? Okay. Your live humans at home are going to do all kinds of crazy things. They're going to drool. They're going to spit. They're going to get combative, and they're going to say things like, well, you got to get used to it. This is how people act. No, that's not how people act. They're trying to throw you into the deep end of the pool. You haven't even gotten off the steps yet. Tell them I said, knock it off. Pleasant, cooperative, yourself. That's what you need at home, because that's the way the test is going to be structured. Now, remember all those other crazy things, right? How we're going to deal with that is going to be reflected on for that specific patient, because we're going to handle them all a little bit differently. Anybody here have children? Was anybody a child? Anybody? Were you ever a child in your life? Yeah. Yeah. Remember that everybody is different. If you have children, all of your children are different. If you had siblings, I guarantee you were different from your siblings. Everybody is different. So I can't give you one strategy that's going to work on absolutely every human out there. It doesn't exist. If it did, I would make a fortune. But people are different. So we have to work on strategies that accommodate those differences. Good? Does that make sense? So you get a care plan, they read it to you, you get custody of it, and then the second person becomes your patient, and they are going to be pleasant, cooperative, and themselves. Okay, good? All right. So we talked about this. You've got it right there. This is the testing care plan set. There's 11 of them. all of them right there in that packet. You have them on page 17 of your book as well. What makes this different, the classroom copy, is because if you turn it over, those are the actual testing checklists. Okay, those are the checklists. This is what you're actually going to be, there we go. YouTube World, I just put a link in there for the testing checklist. So this allows you to practice these skills as if you're being tested. So later on during the program, when you guys are practicing together, and it's good to practice in groups of 3, I'll explain that in a little bit, but you guys are practicing together. One of you probably should have this so you can check off the other one and say, hey, you missed step 5. Let's look at that. Because it's not going to do you any good to practice if you don't know where you're going wrong. Okay, so this gives you a way to practice. Good. All right, so let's talk about these. Let's go to page 16. There is nothing random about this. There's nothing random about this. These are 11 skill sets. They're pre-portioned on purpose. Inside this care plan set is one skill from each of 3 categories. So I want to show you the categories here. And I have a video for this. You know that because there's a video clapboard. So the video is now in the YouTube chat. But the way that these are created is that we have ADL skills. Do we remember what ADL stands for? Okay, remember bathing, dressing, grooming, toileting, that type of thing? Right. We have mobility skills. This requires moving a patient in some way. And then we have documentation skills. So for the test, you will get one ADL skill. Notice they make up the majority of the skills. You will have one mobility skill, and you will get one documentation skill. So each one of these has an ADL skill, a mobility skill, and a documentation skill. They're not random. Okay. Question I get asked a lot is, what is the most assigned skill for the state exam? You know, which skill comes up the most? And there's one from each category. So they're pretty evenly distributed. But if I had to tell you which one, respiration shows up on more care plan sets than any other skill. We'll get into that later. All right. So when you're looking at these checklists that are on the back of the care plan sets, these checklists include indirect care. Now, checklists are published. So Prometric, if you go onto Prometric's website, Prometric is your testing agency, by the way. If you go onto Prometric's website, you can actually download the checklists that they're going to be using to grade you. You can download those. And that's what I use to create the book. And we're going to get into that in a minute. You can download those checklists. The problem is that those checklists don't include indirect care. And I know you're going, what is indirect care? We're going to get to that at the end of class today. But what I did is I took those indirect care checkpoints and added them to the checklists. And that's what I put on the back here. So this is comprehensive. Every single step you're going to be graded on for the test is on here. You don't get that anywhere else. You don't get that directly on Prometric's website. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the skills test. When you go take the skills test and you're performing your skills, this is a checklist that they're going to be using. This is actually the checklist for pulse, radial pulse specifically. And it tells you the candidate is asked to take the resident's radial pulse measured at the wrist. A pulse should be counted for 1 full minute. A measurement form is provided to record the resident's pulse rate. The role of the resident is played by a person. So this is what the evaluator sees. This is what they use to create those care plans. And then there's checkpoints that you have to meet. So when you do a step properly, you get a check mark. Yay. If you forget a step, no check mark. If you do the step wrong, no check mark. So the only way to get a check mark is to do it correctly. Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. And at the end of the test, those deficiencies get put into the computer. And the computer is going to look at your deficiencies and determine whether you pass or not based on the steps that you missed. Now, if you remember, I said, let's go back up here. It's all about the patient. Let me explain this. Every step that you take is going to have a different weight associated with it based on the impact to the patient. So let's say that we have to brush this person's teeth. Let's pretend it's a real person because we're not going to brush a mannequin. But let's say it's a real person and we're going to brush her teeth. Is this a safe position? Why? Okay. So if we kill our patient for the test, we're probably not going to pass. Fair? Fair? Okay. Now, when you brush your own teeth, where do you normally stand? At the sink. You probably lean forward a little bit. Why do you do that? Okay, so you don't choke. Yeah, because you've got a mouthful of foam. You look like a rabid dog, right? And all that stuff's going to fall because it's foam, right? And you want it to fall in the sink, not on your clothes. Fair? Okay, so we just said this isn't a safe position for our patient. So we're going to sit this patient up. Awesome. Awesome. But they're not leaning forward, are they? They're just sitting up. So where do you think all that foam's going to go? Yeah, all over their chest area. So what could we maybe put on their chest to prevent that foam from getting on their clothes? Sure, towel. Towel will work just fine. We'll take it. So if you don't put the head of the bed up, your patient dies. If you don't put a towel on their chest, they get a little messy. Which one of those do you think is going to count more on the state exam? Yeah, if you kill your patient, you're not going to pass, right? So every step is going to be weighted depending on the impact to the patient. So the next question you're going to ask is, well, how many steps can I miss and still pass? And the answer is, I don't know. It depends on how important the steps were that you missed. If I'm the body in the bed, please don't miss any of them. Right? Think about it. If you are the patient, how many steps do you want your CNA to miss? None. So our goal here should not be merely to pass. Our goal should be to learn this well enough that we can do it on our favorite family member and not miss steps. Does that make sense? So the deficiencies, anything without a check mark, is entered into the computer, and the computer is going to determine how important that step actually is. Good. And then the computer will decide whether you pass or fail based on how many steps you missed and how important each one was. So there's an important lesson here. The evaluator does not fail you. The computer does. All the evaluator does, I mean, it takes an RN to do it, but all the evaluator does is stand there, watch you, and put a check mark. That's it. I mean, this doesn't take a lot of brain power here. Did you do this? Yes, check mark. Did you not? No, no check mark. So the evaluators don't tell you, oh, I can't believe you did that. You fail. It doesn't work like that. In fact, they show pretty much no emotion. None. Let me tell you a secret about evaluators. These are RNs. All the evaluators are RNs. They've all put in a long career as RNs. They all have extensive experience. They know what you're doing without even having to look at you because they're listening and they're picking up context clues. So even if they're looking down here, they know what you're doing. right? But these are RNs at the end of their career. They're thinking about retirement. They want to be at home in their pool drinking their Mai Tais. That is their goal. And the sooner you can get them there, the happier they're going to be with you. So if you go in and you're unsure of yourself and unsure of your skill and you're starting over and over and over and over and you're dragging this out, are they going to be happy with you? Where do they want to be? At home in their pool drinking their Mai Tais. They do not want to be watching you wash your hands for the 56th time this skill. Good. A lot of CNA students think there's no such thing as too much hand washing, and they will wash their hands 56 times during the skill, thinking that that's a good thing to do. It's not. First of all, it's not relevant to a workplace ever. Second of all, your evaluator wants to be at home in their pool drinking their Mai Tais. And number 3, it tells us you have no idea what the next step is, so you're buying time at the sink. So be careful. Does this make sense? Good. Demystifying the skills a little bit. All right, so I have a lesson in the book on page 79. Again, there is a video you can watch for this. So the video is in the YouTube, but this is everything I just told you. Now, something I want to point out to you here is, I don't know, we've gone through quite a few pages today, haven't we? Right? It's all on your syllabus. You can review them later. But this has the content. This shows you a video. But do you see this thing down here? This gray box? These are comprehension questions. So for every page that we've gone over today, you probably should go back sometime in the next week and fill this out to see, do you remember what we talked about? Guys, I'm throwing a ton of information at you. You're probably only going to absorb about 70% of what I say. And that's on a good day. That's if you're not concerned about your dog at home or your significant other or a phone bill. Okay. If any of those apply, I'm only getting through about 40%. So I know there's going to be stuff that I say that you're not going to catch, which is why I suggest that you watch the YouTube again. But more importantly, make sure that you do these questions. That's why you can write in this book. It is a workbook style guide. So you're able to go through these questions and make sure that you learned what you needed to learn from that particular lesson before you move on. Okay.
With those questions, is it okay to go to in between the class breaks to review them? We have a question on them.
You can, but so let me go back. Hold on. Where am I? Okay. So this is page 79, right? So in your book, go to page 150. And look for the section that has 79 at the top. It's at the bottom of the second column. Those are the answers. So you can go back and check your answers to make sure you got the right answers. You're welcome. Yeah, like I said, I've got this on autopilot. All right, so that's the skills test that we just went over. The written test, you're going to have a 60-question multiple choice written test. You're going to have 90 minutes to do it. The written test is not difficult if you listen to me. The problem is that yellow book that I'm going to make you read and you're going to roll your eyes and try to get out of it, and you will. You will. It's boring. That written book will give you some of the information that you need to pass the written test, but it doesn't do it in a way that's easy to absorb. So almost everything I'm going to review in the program will help you on the written test, but I have a guide to help you right here. This is on my website. This is a ebook that is free. So if you go to here we go. For your CNA and you don't have to write this down. I actually, that email I'm going to send you at the end of class today, it's going to have this in it. You can go to foryourcna.com/ebook and download this. It will help you on the written test. This right here, I've had hundreds of people that failed the written test twice, downloaded this and passed it with 100% just after reading this book. Okay. It goes over, and we're going to talk about a lot of these concepts as we move forward, but I'm not going to cover all of them. So you need to go get my ebook. And it's free. If it's free, it's for me. So once you get done with the test, you're going to get some printouts. One printout is going to be for the written test. One printout is going to be for the skills test, and you're going to have feedback. So this is for the written test. It tells you, congratulations, you passed the written, yay. Down here, it tells you the 5 categories of questions, how many questions were in each category and how many you got correct. Question I get asked a lot, how many questions can you miss and still pass? If I'm the body in the bed, what's my answer? None. Yeah. But you can miss a few. The problem is that each of these categories is graded independently. So if you've got a category that only has 7 questions, and you get more than half of them wrong, you aren't ready to be a CNA. So in that case, 4 questions would fail you. You guys see that? Okay. Because safety might be kind of important. Good. Makes sense. My goal is to make sure that you don't miss any. And I usually am pretty good at my job. So that means you're going to be good at the test when I'm done with you. But there's some things you have to do along the way to make that successful. Okay. So this is your written printout. And then we have a skills printout. Now the skills printout is going to come with feedback. And I have samples here. This is the sample for the written test. This is the sample for the skills test along with feedback. When you get your feedback, this is all of those deficiencies. Remember, anything without a check mark? That's where it's going to show up. So you're going to be able to see the things that you did not get checked off on. You need to pay attention to this. Even if you pass the state exam, great job. I'm happy for you. Congratulations. But if I'm the body in the bed, I don't want you to miss any of these. So make sure you're paying attention to this because there's always an opportunity for improvement. Okay. And if you absolutely can't make sense of this, if you get this and you're like, I don't understand what that means, email it to me and I'll explain it.
So we would like that the same day though.
Same day. Florida does same day results. Not all states do. There's a lot of states you have to go home and nerve-wracking, but we get results same day. So this whole test is based on these things. These are our checklists. Here's checklists. This is what you would get on Prometric's website. But this doesn't tell you the whole story because it doesn't have indirect care. We're going to talk about indirect care in a few minutes, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. Remember that these do. Okay, incomplete, complete. So these checklists that you see on the screen have indirect care. They're actually the ones that I used to create that. All of this stuff was created by me, guys. These banners, that's all me. The care plan sets, that's me. All of this was created by me to help you demystify the test. So this is your checklist for each one of these skills. But early in my career, my teaching career, I started to notice as I'm looking at these, I'm going, well, wait a minute. Like step 1 is exactly the same for every single skill. Every skill. It's always the same, never changes. I wonder if there's any others that are exactly the same. And it turns out that there is. So if you look at these testing checkpoints, you will see that step 1 is exactly the same on every skill. And it says, greet the resident, address by name, and introduce self. But hold up. All 3 of those things are on one line. And we know that if we don't complete the line exactly as it's written, we don't get our check mark, right? So it has 3 things: greet resident, address by name, and introduce self. So if I walk in and say, hi, I'm Patty, your CNA today, did that meet that check mark? No, because I didn't address the patient by name. So in order to get a check mark, I've got to do all 3 things: greet resident, address by name, and introduce myself. Right? That's going to be important in a minute. But I also noticed that not only is number 1 the same, number 2 is as well. So on every single checklist for every single skill we're going to do, the first 2 steps are always exactly the same. So I thought I can do something with that. If there's things that are the same, then we can create one process and just keep doing it over and over and over. And it makes it easy. So we developed the opening. So the opening is a series of steps we're going to do at the beginning of every single skill that we do. And it's going to meet those checkpoints. And we never have to think about it. We're going to learn it once and just keep doing it over and over and over and over. But then I said, well, wait a minute, that's good for the opening, right? Step 1 and 2, I got that covered, no problem. But is there anything else in here that I might be able to do something with? And sure enough, it turns out that this same checkpoint shows up quite a bit, like on every single checklist. Ask resident about comfort or needs during care or before care completed. Ask resident about comfort. Oh, there's a word there. They want us to say that word. So we have to make sure that we address comfort before skill is completed. So that's going to show up again in a minute. So what I did is I looked at the checklists and I came up with things that skills have in common. And that's what we use to create the principles. So there it is. Okay. So this is what I have right here. See that? Same thing as what's on the board. What I did is I said, okay, for this checklist, we have some steps that are in common with other skills. So the opening is green because that's where we start, right? That's our start. So the opening is green. So every single green is a step covered by the opening. The closing is where we end. That's in red because stop, we're done. So every single step in red is part of the closing. And then we have purple. Purple is skill rules because we follow the whole and nothing but, right? So this is asking us exercise only the correct joints and only correct side when performing range of motion. So where are we going to get that information from? Okay, so if it's purple, it's relating to the care plan, right? Good. So if you look at this, right, we see that the opening in green and the closing in red and the skill rules take up over half of this. So in order to learn this skill, I only need to learn 5 steps to get the whole skill. Because the opening is the same for every single skill. The closing is the same for every single skill. Skill rules is the same for every single skill. Do you see that? So this is what I'm going to do for you. I am going to teach you these principles, and then we're going to mix and match. And if you look at this, you have access to this. It's always right there on the table. You can see that I've done that for every single skill. Which steps are covered by the opening, which steps are covered by the closing, which steps are covered by washing rules, which steps are covered by privacy blanket. This allows you to mix and match. So when you're sitting here with nothing to do on break, you can go through these banners, read the back, and if you pick a skill, any skill, pull those banners out and put them on the table, and that tells you exactly how to do the skill. Okay, tells you exactly how to do the skill. And it's a quick and easy way of reviewing all of the skill steps without having to think of 28 steps. Now, I also have flashcards that do the same thing. So these flashcards is this, but in a smaller form. And this also has the supplies and the steps. These, if you look at this page on your, that you had today, remember this page? Right, the very bottom, you'll see that flashcards right now, while you're in the program, are $14.99, $15.99. Yeah. After graduation day, they go up back up to $19.99. So you can make your own if you want to, but I don't know why you would. Mine are full color. The practice kit has everything you need to practice your skills at home. It has a wash basin, an emesis basin, a bedpan, chucks, gloves, drainage bag, emery board, gate belt, orange stick, gloves, toothettes, toothbrush, denture brush, and it comes in a carrying bag. Yeah, I'll grab one. I'll have it in here on Wednesdays so you guys can see it. But everything that you need to practice at home. And that actually goes up to, I think my website is $65.99. So you get a significant savings while you're in class on that. But you also, if you look at the back of your ID badge, you'll see practice room on the lower, I think it's right-hand corner, or is it left? Lower left? Yeah, lower left-hand corner. You have this room available to you until 4 p.m. on class days. So Mondays and Wednesdays, if you want to stay late and practice, you can stay in this room and practice until 4. After graduation, it's 1:30 till 4. So after you graduate, you can still come back in and practice, even after you graduate. But then the practice time is 1:30 until 4. Good. I allow you to come back for about 4 to 6 weeks because you should be testing in that time frame. If you come back 6 months from now and ask me, Miss Patti, can I use the practice room? I'm going to tell you no. And the reason, and it's not because I'm trying to be mean. I'm not. But can you guys imagine? This is day 1, right? Let's say you stay over to practice hand washing or a few things, and you've got somebody that comes in that you don't know, wasn't sitting in class with you, some stranger off the street comes in and says, oh my gosh, I didn't test. I haven't been in class in like a year. Can you show me? That really kind of hurts you, doesn't it? Because now you're trying to teach somebody something you don't even know, and that can actually prevent you from coming back and practicing. So in order to protect my new fledgling CNAs, I won't let you back in after 6 weeks. Does that sound fair? Okay. Not because I'm being mean, but because I've got to protect. All right. So just to recap here, because I know I just threw a lot at you. We have a testing care plan set that has 3 skills on it. Take too much time. Those skills are going to have an ADL skill, a mobility skill, and a documentation skill. Now the order may change, but it's going to have one skill from each category. You're going to have to do those skills in the order listed. The evaluator will read it to you and then hand it to you. It's yours through the exam. And you're going to be graded on specific steps that are on the back side that you can see before you go test. These are here in the classroom. You can use them. We also sell them as well. So for those of you in YouTube world, you may want to pick up a set. All right. We'll come back to this. That one shouldn't be there. Okay. So let's review skill rules. We're going to perform the skill as directed on the. All right. We are going to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and. Okay. We're going to blank for abnormalities. What are we going to do? Observe for abnormalities. And then what do we do with those observations? All right. So this makes up a principle. We can see it there at the very beginning. Skill rules. It makes up a principle. We're going to learn 11 of these, and we're going to use them in a mix and match method to create skills. So that means we got 1 down, we got 10 to go. But this whole process is called puzzle this out. And you can see this. I don't have a slide on this. I think I do a little bit later, but you can actually see this on page. Hold on.
It's on page 18.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. 18, page 18. So I have a video on this, puzzle this out, but I just explained it to you. But what's interesting about this is that every single skill that we do, every single one, doesn't matter what it is, has 4 principles that are always there, always. And those principles are the skill rules, because we follow the opening, which is how we start every skill, glove rules, because we have to evaluate whether gloves are needed, and the closing. So those 4 principles are going to form the basis of every skill we learn. So we're going to learn them, and we're going to learn them well, because we're going to see them over and over and over and over again. So every single skill will be comprised of these 4 principles. And then we're going to add in others as needed. So if we're using supplies, we'll probably need a barrier to put them on. If our patient's uncovered or undressed, we probably need a privacy blanket. If we're going to use linens, linen rules will apply. If we're going to turn a patient over or move them in bed, they always have to be in the middle. If we're doing washing rules apply. If we're washing something, we have to clean the basin, so basin cleaning will apply. Shoe rules, anytime a patient's feet hit the floor, we're going to talk about their shoes. Skill specific, which we'll get to in each skill. That's all the stuff not covered by the principles. And then the closing. So we're going to use this method, these pieces, to learn how to do the skills in a very easy way. So on Wednesday, I'm going to teach you guys mouth care. Easy peasy. You've brushed your own teeth before. It's not overly difficult. And then a couple of days later, we'll learn denture care, which is mouth care with an extra step. So we're going to review mouth care again. So remember I said we use a lot of repetition. And that way, it's if you don't get it the first time, you will get it on the 476. All right. So page 19 lists all of the principles that are on the back wall. Now, I will tell you, full disclosure, I am in the process of writing the new edition of this book. The next class that starts in July will still use this book. The one after that will go to the new book, because the new book will be out mid to end August. So some of these principles have changed a little bit, just been refined, tweaked a little bit, but the flashcards have all of the newest principles, because I created the principles in order to do the new book. So the flashcards are the only thing I have that's completely up to date with the newest system we'll be using. Okay. this activity here, that is up to date. That I actually created that first, and then the flashcards, and then the book. So the activity is up to date. You can use that in the classroom. The flashcards are up to date. You can order the, or, go next door and buy those. And then the book will be as we go forward. So some of these principles you may see have a few extra steps on the flashcards or on the wall that you don't see here. Okay. All right. So we talked about this, right? This is our scope of practice. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, nothing but the care plan. CNAs do normal. Our principles are going to guide our performance. It's all about the patient. And we're going to report our observations to the RN. So as we start to get into these principles, into these little details now, we're starting to dive into details. Don't forget the overview. Because as we start to slide into skills, you start focusing right here, and it's really easy to forget the rest of it. Okay, so that's why this is front and center, and that is behind you, because this has to take precedence. So one of the questions that you guys are going to have as we move forward through the program is, do I have to say everything you say? Do I have to talk to the patient that much? What do you think the answer is? Yes, because it's all about if you're concentrating on you and your steps, you miss the point, right? So you've got to do this enough in a practice environment that you can get to the test and not really have to think about it. Anybody ever drive home and realize you really didn't think about the drive? You just kind of showed up at home? Yeah, you were operating a multi-ton killing machine without a single thought. But you were able to do it because you had muscle memory, right? Well, the only way to get from here to there is to do the skills. And the problem is that I make it look easy. I really do. Guys, I've been doing this so long. I can't make this stuff look hard. Even if I tried, I can't. I'm going to make it look easy. Now, the problem with that is that you're sitting over there and you're going, oh, yeah, I got that. That one's an easy one. No, you don't have it. You don't. You don't have it until you've done it multiple times with no errors. Then I'll believe you've got it. But don't let the first time you do a skill be for the test. There's no excuse for that. You've got this room available. You've got live humans at home. You need to be practicing the skills. Okay, good. So let's talk about the patient. Since the test is all about the patient, let's talk about that patient. So if you go to page 13, talk about the patient experience. All right, so this kind of, I can relate to this. So I had 2 weeks off between classes, and everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And I wasn't able to get to anything that I needed to do. Like, I'm trying to rewrite the book. That takes time. I got to retape the videos. That takes time, right? I got to do all these resources, create your slides. In the middle of all of that, right, my store took up a lot of my time because I have tasks over there. I have to, because I still own the retail store too. My website, my server went down. I have 3 websites that went down. It was like, if it could go wrong, it did, type thing, right? So by last night, as I'm getting ready to go back to teaching, all I could think of is, man, I need a vacation. I do. I need a break. Now, I can't call up my local hospital and say, hey, you know what? I need a couple days. Can I reserve a room? Maybe some hot stone massages, something, spa, anything, right? What are they going to do if I call up my local hospital and say, I'd like to reserve a room? Oh, yeah, they'd laugh at me, right? How do you get a room in a hospital? Anybody know? How do you get a room? What's that? Okay, so you got it. Yeah, you have to have a referral, right? You can't just say, I want a break, right? Somebody has to determine that you are sick enough to be there. You got to pass a test. Like if you go to your doctor and say, hey, doc, I really want a couple days in the hospital, he's going to laugh at you. He's going to say, go get a hotel, not a hospital. But you got to be sick enough to be there. You got to prove it. Now, if you go through the ER, their job is to make sure you don't get a bed in the hospital, and you got to jump through all kinds of hoops to get a bed, right? Their job is to send you home. So it's really hard to get a bed in the hospital. That means that the sickest people in the community are in the hospital. They had to prove they were sick enough to be there, right? So these aren't just garden variety sniffles, not feeling well sick. This is, I might die sick, right? So if these people are sick, chances are they're a bit preoccupied with the fact that they are sick. They got a lot on their minds. And whatever you have to say to them may go in one ear and out the other, and they're not paying a bit of attention to you because they think that they're probably going to die. Every patient in the hospital thinks they're dying. Just ask them, they'll tell you. They will. And they also know intuitively that if I'm here, that means I'm really sick, right? So they're very preoccupied. They're worry warts. They're scared to death. They don't know what any of this means. And then you walk in talking this weird language called medical speak, and they don't know what you're saying. Do you think that helps? No. So we have to unpack our patients and understand that our patients may not understand what we're saying the first time around. And they may be so preoccupied that we might have to repeat it a few times. Anybody ever been a patient in a hospital? Okay. How many people come in and out of a room? Oh, yeah. The average is about 17 every 24 hours. Yeah. Between doctors and nurses and techs, you've also got dietary, housekeeping, billing, volunteers, clergy, a lot of, phlebotomists, EKG techs, transporters, a lot of people in and out of that room. How much sleep do you think your patient's going to get? Now, the one thing you need when you're sick is, rest, sleep, right? So we take the sickest people, we put them in a place that's absolutely virtually impossible for them to sleep. Has anybody ever been sick? What does it do to your mood? Oh, grumpy, cranky. Yeah. When I'm sick, I want to be on the couch, Hallmark Channel on, and everybody better leave me alone, right? I want to be bring me what I want now and leave me alone, right? So we get kind of demanding, don't we, when we're sick? Now, anybody ever been sleep deprived? What does that do to your mood? Okay, so we got a preoccupied person who's sick in a place that they can't rest. What do you think their mood is going to be like? Oh my gosh. So they're stressed over their situation. They don't understand what's going on. They're scared to death. They're not sleeping. And we expect them to be nice. There's a mismatch here, right? So we need to understand that sick patients have a right to act sick. They have a right to act sick. So if we go in and catch an attitude, they have every right to have that attitude. We are seeing them on their worst day. Do we have a right to have an attitude? Only when we're sick. So if we go into a patient's room and they have an attitude, we need to turn up the charm, not get offensive. Does that make sense? We have to remember that our patient's experience is not the same as ours. We are healthy. We are going home at the end of our shift. We are able to wipe our own butts. We are not in imminent danger of dying. We are not coming at this relationship on equal ground. Does that make sense? And we need to keep that in mind. A lot of times CNAs have false expectations. They think the patients should be nice to them. If you've got a nice patient, man, that is a bonus day. Go buy a lottery ticket. That is a good day in your life. They're probably not all going to be nice because they've got all of this stuff going on. Now, on top of all of that, we have all the sickest people in one place. Your patient may be a little concerned about catching something they didn't bring with them because this is the place to do it. Now, they're not going room to room, playing bridge with each other, right? They're staying in their safe zone here, their safe space, but who is going room to room? Yeah. So they may be very, very aware of your infection control processes. And if they ask you, did you wash your hands? Do not give them attitude about it. That is a legitimate question. And if you didn't wash your hands, you need to hightail it over to the sink and wash those hands. Don't give them attitude for questioning you. It's their life that's on the line. Because the very worst thing you can do when you're sick and in the hospital and your immune system is currently a bit busy is give your body something else to fight. Because who's going to fight that war? Your immune system's already busy over here. A scary statistic is that 1 out of every 25 people in a hospital is going to catch something they did not come in with. Anybody ride roller coasters? Yeah, average roller coaster has about 25 seats. So can you imagine the next time you go on a roller coaster, they tell you, okay, yeah, you can ride, but just so that you know, somebody on this coaster right now is going to fall out. Go ahead, step right up. Well, if you wouldn't get on that roller coaster, that's the risk you take when you go on to a hospital. And 1 out of every 12 of those is going to die. That's serious, guys. And that's all us. That is 100% us. Because your patient isn't going room to room. So we've got to take infection control really seriously to prevent that from happening. Good? Your patient knows these things. So they're a little concerned. Rightfully so. I've never caught so much attitude in my life as when my mother was in the hospital. She was septic. She was in bad shape. And I had somebody come in. She had a drain that was surgically inserted. And I asked them, could you please wash your hands before you change that dressing? And got all kinds of attitude. Do I care about the attitude? Not when my mom's life is on the line. I sure don't. Throw all the attitude you want, but I will be having a discussion with your director of nurses. Yeah, absolutely. So we also have to think about how patients are different. Not all patients are going to be the same. And the way that we deal with one is not the way we're going to deal with all. So this is on page 15, and you can read through this on your own. I'm not going to read it all to you, but remember that everybody's an individual. So we're going to have to tailor the care and the communication specific to that person. So if I've got somebody who maybe speaks a different language, my normal communications attempts aren't going to work. I may need a picture board, or I may need to get really good at charades, right? Or I may be able to use an interpreter service. Or maybe we have a dementia patient that can't understand what we're saying. The words have lost their meaning. Oh, we might have to come up with different ways to persuade the patient to do what needs to be done. So we're always going to remember that every person is different. Not all diabetics are exactly the same. Not all dementia patients are exactly the same. Not all male patients are exactly the same. Not all new moms are exactly the same. So we're going to remember that as we learn to do the skills. Now I'm going to show you how to do the skills in one very specific way based on the care plan for the test. But remember that when we get out there in the clinical setting, we're going to have to tailor these skills for the patient that we're working on. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Now, when we're taking the test, again, there's a video for this as well. When we're taking the test, the skills test, this is on page 24. When we're taking the skills test, we want to get as many of those check marks as we can. Anything without a check mark is a deficiency, right? It's on page 24. So let's say that we are doing a skill and we realize, if you remember, we said that we have to greet the resident, address by name, and introduce ourselves. Remember that? That was the very first checkpoint on every single skill. Well, let's say we get almost all the way through the skill and we realize that we didn't address our patient by name. Totally blanked, forgot to address our patient by name. Did we get that check mark?
No.
No. So as I'm doing the skill, I'm remembering, uh-oh, I didn't address the patient by name. I could then say, correction. I would have addressed my patient by name before beginning the skill. Now, because I said hi and I told them who I was and I made that correction, now I get that check mark. So you can correct anything during the skill. Now, some things are going to need to see. Like I can't say, well, I would have washed the foot. That doesn't help. They would say, I need you to demonstrate that, please. So some things you'll be able to correct with a few words. Most things you'll have to go back and physically demonstrate. But you definitely want to let them know that you're making a correction so they know that you understand it's out of sequence. But you can go from failing a test to passing a test by making a correction. Yeah, because the paper, remember, all the evaluators are doing with this paper is putting check marks. That's all they're doing. So does the paper know whether you did it or corrected it? No. Paper just knows there's a check mark. Corrections are our friend. All right. So anytime during the skill that you realize that you made a mistake, don't ignore it. Now, a lot of people do this. And I understand the temptation, right? And I actually touched on this a few minutes ago. I understand the temptation because your evaluator is standing there like this. Right? Their focus is here. If you make a mistake over there, you may think that evaluator did not see that mistake. As a mom, I can tell you, I have eyes all the way around my head. I may not be looking at you, but I know what you're doing. Now, evaluators are moms times 100 because they got those assessment skills. Okay. So if you are doing a step and you think, oh, the evaluator didn't see that, don't ignore it. You have to address it. Let me give you a good example. We can't use sheets that touch the floor. So you're making an occupied bed and the sheet touches the floor and you may think to yourself, oh, the evaluator didn't see that. They did. I guarantee it. Don't ignore the mistake that you made. You can simply say correction. I would not have let the sheet touch the floor. Or you could say correction, the sheet touched the floor. I would get a new one. But you have to address it. Okay, good. No, you would just verbally correct it. Yeah, the sheet touched the floor. I would get a clean sheet. The evaluator will say, just go on with what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah, they usually won't make you go get one because there's very limited supplies for the test. Yes. That is exactly it. Yep. So now let's go over the syllabus because I know by now some of you are going, oh my gosh, we've gone through 1,000,000 pages. I'm not going to remember all this. So I'm here to help. So this is your syllabus. You had this in front of you on your books. I'm going to show you how to read this. So the first column is what we're going to learn in class, each class period. So it's just a single sheet of paper. It's in your yellow book, I think. No, should be. It should have been with that paper that's right beside you.
I don't have it.
You don't have one either? Uh-oh. Okay. Here we go. Sorry about that. I don't know how I missed that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good. Okay. So our syllabus tells us what we're going to do in class, each class period. So the first column, you'll see that we're going over skill rules, which we already did. We're learning the opening. We've kind of touched on a little bit. We're going to get into that in detail in a few minutes, and the closing. We're going to learn how to wash our hands, and we're going to learn about that indirect care. So this is what we're going to do in class today. Second column are lectures that I give in class. Now, sometimes I don't get to all of these, so you may have to review them in homework, but we actually learned about the CNA exam on page 6. We talked about delegation, differences, everything from 8 to 16. We've been through all of those pages today. We talked about the testing care plan sets, and let's puzzle this out. So all of that has already been covered in class today, but you may want to go home and do the questions for each one of those lessons just to make sure you got it all. Now, the third column is the dreaded homework column. Nobody likes this. I get it. But you're going to go home and read and then take a test. We're going to get into this in just a minute. I'm going to explain this in detail in a moment. And then additional activities are things usually that I'm assigning for you to do at home. Now, most of these we did in class today, but we did the care plan activity on page 12. We talked about corrections. We're going to cover indirect care in a minute. Warm, dark, and moist. I'm going to touch on with hand washing, but you're going to want to read that lesson. And skills grading we covered. So most of this we've covered in class, but I am leaving one for you to do at home. So these two columns are usually at-home activities. These two columns are in-class activities. So if you look on Wednesday, you'll see that we're going to learn how to remove gloves. We're going to learn mouth care, dressing a resident, and pulse. So we're jumping right into skills on Wednesday. And then following Monday, you need to bring your blood pressure cuff and stethoscope to class. Good? You guys see how to use this? At the bottom of that page, you're going to see my email address. That's your way to get in touch with me. But this is your homework for tonight. You are going to read chapter 1 in the yellow book. Read chapter 1. Sounds like a lot. It's really not. The words are small, the writing is big, and there's lots of pictures. It's written at a 6th grade level, so it's not overly complex. But it's a little boring. Once you've read chapter 1, you are going to go to page 132 in your white book, and you're going to take the test. So we read chapter 1 in the yellow book, and then we go to the white book and take the test on page 132. Now, taking the test doesn't really help you a whole lot. You probably need to know if you missed anything on that test, so you know what you need to go back and review. So the answer key is on the very last page, page 152, is our answer key for the chapter tests. Good. All right, so let's learn how to use this white book. And I have a video for that, or a link for people to order it from YouTube World. All right, so go to page 35 real quick. I'll show you how this works. For every single skill that we are going to learn how to do in this class, I have a skills page. So this first one that we're going to talk about is page 35. And you'll see at the top, it says measure and record pulse. Below the title is a little image saying care plan. What do we know about the care plan? Right? And we have to follow it. This, yeah, exactly. Very good. This care plan is the care plan from the state exam. So at the top of each page, it gives you the state test care plan. Now, if you read this, it says patient will be lying in bed for skill, take the patient's radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute and record your readings. How long are we counting for? 1 full minute. Can we take a shortcut? Even if a YouTube video out there tells us to? Why? Care plan. That's your easy answer for everything. Care plan. Care plan. Now, if this care plan did not say 1 full minute, we can take it any way we want to. And generally speaking, to take a pulse, we don't count for 1 full minute. If you look at a clock, a full minute is when that second hand goes all the way around, right? So it's 60 seconds. If I divided that by 4, I get 15 seconds for each quarter. Everybody with me? So if I count a pulse for 15 seconds and then multiply that by 4, I get my full minute reading. Okay. Boy, that saves a lot of time. You don't really realize how long a minute is until we start doing pulse. You'll see how long a minute is. It's a long time. So in most cases, we're just going to count for that 15 seconds, multiply that by 4 and get our minute reading. And that is perfectly okay. It's legitimate. It works. It's sanctioned. It's fine. Is it fine for this patient? Why? Easy answer.
Care plan.
Care plan. Very good. Very good. This is one of the most failed skills on the state exam because it clearly says 1 full minute. And most of the people out there that are taking the test have no idea what a care plan is. They are parroting skills. This is what's going to set you apart from most of the people taking the test. Okay, good. Questions? All right, so at the top of each page, you've got the care plan. Below that, you're going to see a list of supplies. Now, those supplies are in the flashcards too. And a question I get all the time is, do I have to memorize supplies? And the answer is yes. Because if I ask you to go give a bed bath, I'm not going to say, okay, I need you to go give a bed bath. So you need a bath basin. You're going to need a bath blanket, soap, lotion, 4 washcloths, 2 towels, a gown. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say, hey, go give a partial bed bath. You're expected to know what you need for the task. So that means you have to learn your supplies. Now, in our online course, which I'm going to tell you about in a minute, in our online course, I actually have a supply gathering activity for every single skill. So I show you pictures of all the supplies, like on a supply shelf, and you just click the ones that you need. So it's a really good interactive way for you to learn that aspect. And then the flashcards also have the supplies listed as well. Below that are step-by-step instructions. Do you remember this, guys? Our checklist? You guys remember the checklist, right? This is written for RNs. It's not written for you, these checklists. So you won't know whether you violated an infection control policy. There's no way for you to know that, right? So what I did is I took this written for RNs, put it through an RN brain, and then I created a CNA friendly step-by-step instruction. But these steps are based on this checklist exactly. So that means if you're following these steps, you are guaranteed to get every single one of these checked off. Perfect score on the test. Perfect score. I had somebody call me not too long ago, one of the students that tested, and she was hysterical. She says, I don't understand. I got my feedback. I tested today. I got my results, and they didn't give me that feedback sheet. I have no idea what I missed. And I was like, okay, wait. Does it say that you passed? She says, yes, both of them say I passed, but there's no feedback. I don't know what I missed. And I said, well, if there's no feedback, that means you got a perfect score. And she says, oh, I did? I said, yes. But she was freaking out because she thought maybe she had missed a whole lot and she just didn't know what she missed. So if you don't get a feedback sheet, man, send me a smiley thumbs up because that is a perfect score. And a lot of our students do that. All right, so step-by-step instructions. There's comprehension questions. You should be doing these for every skill that we go over. That way you know that you got the information. And then at the bottom of the page, we're going to go through this individually because this is test-specific information. So the first thing you see there is a time, a clock. And it says somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to do this skill within 5 minutes or less. Okay. So every single skill as we go through this program is going to have a time associated with it that you should be able to complete the skill within. Next to that, you see, let me go back. Next to that, you see who your patient is going to be. Remember I said that other testing student is going to be your patient for most skills, but there are a few skills that are going to be done on the mannequin, and you would see a mannequin in that space if that's the case. When you're practicing in here, if the skill is going to be done on a live person like this, measure, record, pulse, live person, make sure that you're practicing on a live person. If it has a mannequin at the bottom, like dressing a resident with a weak arm, practice on the mannequin. But if you're practicing live person skills on the mannequin, it doesn't go very well. So look at this to find out who you should be practicing on. Okay. Next to that, it's going to tell you where that patient's going to be, in a bed, in a chair. So you want to look to see, that way you can set this up as if it were testing day. And that way it's a good dress rehearsal. And then after that, it's going to tell you about charting. So if it says no in the charting area, documentation is not required. And most skills don't require documentation. But we know from earlier that there are 4 that do. Those 4 skills that require documentation are pulse, emptying the drainage bag, feeding, and respirations. You will get one of those 4 skills. Everybody gets one of those 4 skills. If documentation is required, you'll see it at the bottom of the page. So if you go back to page 35, oops, let me go back here. Back to page 35, you can see documentation is required. And then beside it, it's going to tell you what normal values are and how far off you can be from the evaluator and still be accurate. Okay. So in this case, you can be off by 4 beats in either direction and still be accurate. Good. Okay. So I told you we were going to talk about the course. So courses.foryourcna.com, all of you are going to get an invitation today to join this course as part of your enrollment. Now, a lot of my students don't access the course because they're coming to class and they think they're getting everything here. And that's fine, but this has so much more in it. It has a ton of practice questions. It has interactive activities. It helps you kind of connect all the pieces and practice in a virtual environment before you come into practice in real life. So I would strongly suggest that you access this, accept your invitation, set up your account, and go back and review the lessons. Hi. If you go to the retail store, he'll be happy to help you. If you access these lessons as we do them, so tonight when you go home, accept your invitation, I would view the lesson on the opening, the closing, indirect care, puzzle this out, all the stuff that we went through in class today. And you'll find that you get a whole lot more out of the course if you integrate the online with it as well. And we're going to do some of those activities together. So for you guys, this is included. For you at home in YouTube world, it's not included. You would have to pay for entry in this, but it's only $149 and it's well worth it. And it will absolutely help you.
I think I got that yesterday. So should I just sign up today?
Okay. All right. See me after class and I'll take care of those. Okay. So let's talk about the opening. So in your book, this is on page 20. And as usual, I have a video on this, so you can go watch the video. But there are very specific steps involved in the opening. Every skill is going to start with the opening. Every skill. It doesn't matter what the skill is, we're going to do the opening. And every opening is going to be done exactly the same way for consistency. So again, we looked at this earlier. Step number 1 and step number 2 is the same for every single checklist. And those are going to be covered by part of the opening. Once you get to the end of the skill, other things are also going to be covered by the opening, which is a little strange, right? So if you look at this, we looked at this earlier. See over here how I've got green over here? Well, green is the opening. So we've got some steps over here toward the end of the skill that are going to be graded at the end of the skill, but they're actually steps that we're going to cover at the beginning of the skill. So we're going to learn the opening, and there's lots of steps to the opening. They have to be done in a specific order for a specific reason. So for instance, over here, one of the steps says refrain from touching the resident until hands are clean. So the only way to accomplish that is to rewind all the way back to the very beginning of the skill and make sure we wash our hands before we touch the patient. Make sense? Good. Even though it's graded over here, we have to do it at the beginning of the skill.
Don't you have to mention also, if you're walking away from them, to mention you're going to wash your hands and let them know you'll be back?
We're going to talk about that in just a second. Yep. All right. So our opening has very specific steps to it. Every skill starts with the opening, but every opening starts with a knock. Remember we talked about those patients, right? Those patients, they're preoccupied, they're sleep deprived, they're sick, they're worried, they're just not in a good headspace. They're also alone. And they're out of their comfort zone. When I'm sick, where do you think I want to be? Home. Absolutely. There's no place like home. And if I'm sick enough to not be home, that's going to make me seriously grumpy. Seriously grumpy. Well, when we have a patient in a clinical setting of any kind, if you just barge into their setting without knocking, it's intrusive, but it's also going to remove their sense of security. Imagine for a second, you're laying in bed, you're exhausted, you're sick, you're scared, you don't feel good. You finally manage to drift off to sleep and you hear a sound, your eyes pop open, and there's some stranger standing over you holding a sharp object. Would you ever be able to get to sleep again? So we have to have some sense of security in this space. For that reason, we have to knock before we enter every time. If I leave the room and I have to turn around and go back in for any reason, I'm still knocking as I enter. Every time. There's no exceptions. Now, if the door is open, it's a courtesy knock. That's what we're doing for the test, courtesy knock. If the door is closed, I'm going to knock and wait because all kinds of things could be happening behind closed doors. Think of all the things in your house that happen behind closed doors. There are some things you cannot unsee in life. You don't want to walk in on any of those. So if the door is closed, you're going to knock and wait. If you don't hear anything after a couple seconds, knock again, crack the door, ask, is everything okay? You know, kind of assess the situation. But for the test, it's going to be quote unquote open door. We're knocking as a courtesy. We don't have to wait for them to say come in, but we do have to knock. That is a graded checkpoint. Okay, don't skip it. So every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Now, once you've knocked on the door, you need to greet your patient by name. Why do I have to use their name? Because the checklist said by name. And I want that checkpoint, don't I? Okay, so for the test, we aren't going to use ID bands. There are no ID bands. No ID bands. We're just going to greet them by name, which is, by the way, the best way of identifying somebody. Okay. ID bands are not always accurate. So we're going to greet them by name. We also have to tell them who and what we are. If I just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patti. Okay. Patti who? Yeah. Are you the person that brings the cookies? I like that, Patti. Are you the person that brings the needle? Not so much. Right? So if you just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patti, it doesn't mean anything. But if I said, hi, I'm Patti, your CNA today, it helps define a role. Good? So far, my opening should sound like this. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. Now, somewhere in there, I like to throw in a, how are you? How are you feeling today? How's it going? Something. Because I'm about to do a skill on this patient, right? Insert name of skill here, whatever it is that I'm about to do. I don't want to wait until I'm halfway through the skill for my patient to tell me that life isn't going very well for them right now. I would rather know that up front. So in my opening, I like to work in, how are you? How are you doing? It also helps humanize this encounter, which will help our patients relate to us a little bit better. Now, that's not a graded checkpoint. You don't have to do that, but it's one I highly recommend. Anytime we can treat a patient like a person, we always get points. Good? Questions? Okay. So knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. And by the way, for the test, everybody is Mr. or Mrs. Jones. We only use one name, simplifies everything, right? Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. So we got those checkpoints out of the way. Then we have to tell them what we're there for. So this is as simple as insert name of skill here. And if you're nervous for the test, remember, you've always got that care plan, right? They gave it to you. It's yours. So if you're really nervous for the test and you have no idea what to say and your brain has absolutely fled your body, you can pick this up and say, I am here to feed the resident who is in a chair. You can also put it in your own words. I'm here to give you a snack. Either way is fine. But remember, we want to try to humanize this as much as possible. But if you're scared and nervous, you can read it off the care plan. There's no problem with that. But the whole point is to let them know what we're about to do with their body. Because what do you think we need to get from them? Permission, consent, absolutely. Patients have the right to say no at any time for any skill, for any reason. It's their body. So we have to give them knowledge of what we're about to do so that we can get consent from them. So I'm here to feed you a snack. Is that okay? But what do you think I need to do if they say no? Yeah, I don't solve that problem. It's not my problem to solve. But when you go tell the nurse, hey, I tried to give Walter his snack and he said no, do you know what she's going to ask you? Why? Why? Every nurse will ask you why. Well, I don't know why. Walter said no. So if you can find out from Walter why he doesn't want to have a snack right now, it gets you a step ahead, right? So if I go to Walter, hi, Walter, I'm Patti, your CNA today. I've got a snack for you. How does that sound? Do you want your snack? And he says, no. I'm probably going to find out a little bit more information. Is this a bad time? Are you just not hungry? What's going on, Walter? What's up? I want to be nice about this. I don't want to say, well, why not? Don't you know I've got things to do? You're messing up my schedule here, right? You always get further being nice than being mean. So try to gather some information. It could be as simple as his family is on their way in and he doesn't want to be eating while he's visiting with family. Well, in that case, I can take that information to the nurse. It could be that he's nauseous. Oh, isn't that something the nurse needs to know? Right? There's a reason that they're saying no. Most people don't say no for no reason. Good. Okay, so we need to get consent. And then once we get consent, then we're going to pull that privacy curtain. Now let's think about that curtain for a second. Who touches that curtain? Everybody. Patients touch it. Staff members touch it. Families touch it. You know, the family that was just picking their nose in the elevator. Patients that were just scratching what itches. Staff members that have just emptied that drainage bag. How clean is that curtain? Yeah, it gets taken down and laundered, actually physically washed about once a year. In between, it gets sprayed with disinfectant. Now, this is no shade on housekeeping. Housekeeping does a tremendous job. I love housekeeping. You're welcome. But the fact is that we need to understand that there are still pathogens that live on that curtain. So we want to make sure that when we've touched that curtain, the very next thing we want to do is go wash our hands to wash those pathogens off. Good. And that means that we're now meeting that checkpoint, refrained from touching patient until hands are clean. Good. Starting to see how this all comes together. So our opening sounds like this. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I need to whatever, insert name of skill here. Is that okay? I'm going to close the curtain, wash my hands. I'll be right back. Now, it is important that you tell the patient, I'm going to go wash my hands, because can you imagine for a second how strange it would be if somebody came in and asked if they could do a skill on you and then turn around and left? Yeah. You'd be thinking, yeah, am I supposed to go? What am I? It gives them a lot of uncertainty about what they're supposed to be doing. So the more information you give the patient, the better off they are. So if I say, I'm going to go wash my hands, I'll be right back. They're like, oh, cool. I can just lay here. nothing needed from me right now. Right. So we want to make this easy on the patients. Remember, the patient did not take a CNA class. They have no idea what you're doing. No clue. So we have to tell them. Good. All right. Let's see if you learned anything. So this is a lesson from the online course. We talked about the online course, right? So you can see that there's a video there inside the online course that you can watch on this topic. And then below that, you're going to see an interactive activity. So let's together see if we can put these in the right order. So there's 8 steps here. I'm going to read the steps for those of you who cannot read them. Gather supplies, close privacy curtain, read the care plan, identify the patient by name, knock on the door, wash your hands, explain task and get consent, and say your name and title. So out of these 8 steps, which one do you think should come first?
Well, it depends where the care plan is at.
Okay.
You should know what you're doing.
Okay. So how many's team care plan? How many's team knock? Okay, team care plan is correct. Yep. First step is we have to know what we're doing. Yep. So after we know what we're doing, now what's our next step? Knock. So we're all on team knock. Do you see how this is moving? This is a drag and drop activity. So you actually are going to pick each one of these up and move them into the right location. So now we've read our care plan and we knocked. What's the next thing that we need to do? Yeah, address the patient. Yep. Very good. So we have to identify our patient by name. This is a little harder than it looks, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah. So that's why this activity is super helpful when you're getting ready for the exam. All right. So we've identified our patient by name. What's our next thing? Okay, now we want to introduce ourselves. Now what do you want to do? Explain tasks. Very good. Now what? Which one do you want to do first? Team hand washing. How many? Team hand washing. How many curtain? Yeah, curtain is correct. Remember that curtain. Remember the curtain is dirty. So we have to wash our hands after we touch that curtain. So our very next action after we touch curtain is wash our hands. And then what's going to be last? Gather supplies. So those 2. And then it's going to give you this little check button at the bottom. So you'll be able to hit check and see, did we get it right? And we did. Gold star. Good job. So you'll see these activities on every single skill. So every skill we're going to learn will have this format. So you're able to figure out the right order of the steps before you're actually practicing.
And we're getting an invite to them?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. It's we send those usually out after the first class. Okay. So does that help? All right. So the closing is going to be done at the end of every skill. This is on page 22. And the closing can really be boiled down to 6 C's. The order, remember the order of the opening was very important, right? The order of the opening, very important. Because you don't want to close privacy curtain or after you've washed your hands, right? The order is important. Closing, the order we don't care about. Not important, except for the last 2. The order of the last 2 set in stone. The rest of them we don't care about. So a good way to remember this, the 6 C's of the closing is right here in this box. Your patient needs to be in a clean environment, right? People rest better in a clean environment. Cluttered environments tend to increase anxiety. We want to make sure that they're comfortable. Oh, we heard that word earlier. Do you remember I said we're going to come back to comfort? Remember that it's a tested checkpoint that we have to address the comfort of the patient before the skill ends. They actually want to hear that word. Are you comfortable? Now, along with that, if you remember earlier, I told you that emotional comfort or recreation was just as important, right? Nobody wants to be bored all the time. So part of comfort, we're going to ask, are you comfortable? But we're also going to offer a magazine or something to address that emotional need as well. So physical comfort and emotional comfort. Good. Questions? So clean environment, comfort. We're going to give them a call light because they have to have a way of contacting us. And we're going to open the privacy curtain. So those 4 things you can do in any order: comfort, curtain, call light, clean, call light, comfort, curtain. However you want to do it, just make sure all 4 are addressed. But this patient has cooties. Lots of cooties. And when you're in the patient's environment, you're touching those cooties. So what do you think you want to do when you're done with that patient? Yeah, go wash off those cooties. So once you've washed your hands, do you think you should come back over to Cootie Central? No. So when you wash your hands, that means you're done with the patient. If you forgot to give them a call light and you've gone over and washed your hands and you come back over and give them the call light, what do you need to do? Yeah, Cootie Central, guys. So once you've washed your hands, remember, you don't want to go back to the patient. If you do, you have to rewash. Okay. And then the very last thing we do, if required, is charting, documentation. Remember, we have 4 documentation skills. We're going to get one of those 4. If we document, we have to wash our hands again after documentation because that pen may not be clean. Okay, good. Questions? So your closing would sound like this. Thank you very much, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine? Here's your call light. Let me know if you need anything. Your environment's clean. I'm going to open your curtain and go wash my hands. Chart if necessary, wash again. So man, that closing takes up a lot of time. A lot of time. And if you pay attention to this, notice that half of our skill is the opening and the closing. Half of the skill. So these are the 2 most important principles for us to learn. Okay, good. Questions? Half of every skill is the opening and the closing. So here's our closing banner, and this is updated. Actually, nope, that's not the new one. This is updated. I got to update my banner. So we're going to make sure we're in a clean environment. Bed height and lowest position. That's kind of universal. The bed always has to be in the lowest position. We're going to ask about comfort. Do they want the head of the bed up? Do they want a magazine? That type of thing. Open the privacy curtain, give the patient call light, wash your hands, document, and make sure you don't return back to the patient after you wash your hands. Okay. So we have, again, a lesson on this with a video that explains all of this. And below that lesson is an activity, but this isn't a sequencing activity because this is a little bit different. So remember, the order doesn't matter here with the closing. So this is a graphic. And what I did was I put stars. So you wouldn't see these stars in the lesson. You're actually going to have to click on select all the actions required in the closing. So opening the curtain, asking if they want a magazine, bed height and lowest position, clean environment, give them the call light, ask if they're comfortable, wash your hands. You have to click on each one of those actions to make sure you got them all. And when you do that, you start to realize how many actions are in this closing. It's big. So this allows you to kind of put into practice what you're learning.
So only the openings.
Right. Except for the last 2 of the closing. The last 2 is important on order. The rest of it is not. Okay. So now let's learn hand washing. Go to page 31. So there's some very specific steps involved in hand washing. I'm going to show you the video on this one, but I want to talk to you about the steps real quick first. So when we're washing our hands, and normally I demonstrate this live, that's why I have a camera up there, but today my camera is not working. So I apologize. I'm going to have to show you the video on this because it's just not feeding in. We end up with this. That doesn't help us. So I want to go over the steps and then you can see the video. So one of the things that gets missed quite a bit on hand washing is people don't wet their hands before applying soap. That is a graded checkpoint. You have to wet your hands before you apply soap. That allows the soap to distribute well. Otherwise, if you're putting soap on dry hands, it's not going to spread around effectively. So we're going to wet our hands, we're going to get soap, and we're going to get a lot of soap because you're graded on bubbles. I am not kidding. You are graded on bubbles. So lots of soap. And you're going to start rubbing. When you bring your hands together, you want to look at the clock right above the sink. And in the testing center, there is a clock right above the sink. That's what the evaluators are going to use to judge your timing. You have to rub for no less than 20 seconds. That's before you go to your nails. That's just rubbing. Well, if you're, singing a song or whatever else you're doing, counting or, you're not going to be accurate because you're testing. And when you're testing, you're nervous. And when you're nervous, your singing speeds up. So it's not an effective judge of time. You need to look at that clock. How long do you have to rub for? 19 seconds fails you. It's that simple. It's either 20 seconds or it's not. More than 20 is fine. Less than 20 fails. So give yourself a little bit of margin of error there. Okay. So you're going to bring your hands together and you're going to start rubbing. You're going to look at the clock when you start rubbing and you want to rub all surfaces, the tops of the wrists, the backs of the hands in between the fingers, in between the thumb and index finger, the bottom of your hand by your pinky, the palm of your hand interlacing, all areas, all of them. And after 20 seconds, then you're going to take your thumb and go down each one of your nails. Remember, nails don't count in the 20 seconds. So you're going to take your thumb, go down each one of your nails to clean your cuticles. You're going to circle your nails on the palm of your hand to clean underneath those nails. And then you can rinse. When you rinse, you don't want to touch the inside of the sink or the faucet because your hands are clean. The sink is not. Okay, so you're going to rinse all areas. When you rinse, you want to tap. You want to keep that water in the sink. Because if you do this, which is what we all do, right? That spreads water in your environment. Pathogens need 3 things to thrive: warm, dark, moist. Bathrooms are 2 to 3 degrees warmer than other environments because we don't like to be chilled when we get out of the shower. Bathrooms are dark. Mom trained you, turn the light off when you leave the room. We already have warm, we already have dark, and we already have pathogens because we go there every day to drop them off. Okay, E. coli. What you don't want to do is create little pockets of moisture in a warm, dark environment with pathogens. Because then you'll walk through those pockets of moisture and you're going to spread those pathogens all over your patient environment, and worse, home with you at the end of the day. So by doing this, you're keeping the moisture confined to your sink area, and it helps reduce pathogen transfer. Now, once you've tapped, you're going to dry your hands. Water is still running, guys. Water is still running. You're going to tap. You're going to dry your hands with whatever paper towels you need. You got small hands, use 1 or 2. If you got big hands, use 10 or 12. Nobody cares. Nobody's counting. Whatever you need. Throw those paper towels away when your hands are dry. Get a clean, dry paper towel to turn your faucet off. You don't want to use wet paper towels because they rip. And faucets are the dirtiest thing in the bathroom. Okay. So these are our steps.
So I know like you're washing your hands, you have to do it for at least 20 seconds. What about your nails? Is there a certain amount of time?
Nope. So these are the areas that are most frequently missed when we're doing hand washing. So on the back of the hand, the back of the thumb, this area is missed a lot. So anything in red, like we'll get the front of, the palm of our thumb really well. But this part, we all skip it. And yet this comes into contact with the patient. Okay. This area on the palm right here, this little skin fold area, you've really got to make sure that you're getting that, because we rub like this, but we don't always get in here. Okay. So just kind of be aware of areas that are frequently missed and make sure that you're concentrating on those. Good. Questions? All right, so let me show you the video for this one. This is very quick hand washing video. And this is online, so you can watch this at any time. All of these videos are also on my main website on foryourcna.com under skills videos, so you don't need to log in. I got content everywhere. So these are all those videos that I've been telling you about. I have them in here as well. I just don't show them. I'd rather talk to you. But like here, you can see the opening. You can see delegation, puzzle this out. How does the CNA exam work? We talked about all that today. When you approach the sink, you can touch the faucet with your unclean hands because the faucet is considered the dirtiest object in the bathroom. Adjust the water temperature for comfort and wet your hands. Apply soap and rub all surfaces of your hands vigorously, focusing on the front and back of your hands and in between all fingers. Circle the top of your wrists as well. Friction is the key to removing all pathogens from the surface of your skin. Friction should be applied for at least 20 seconds to be effective. After washing with friction, the nails must be cleaned. Run one thumb down the length of each nail, starting at the cuticle and moving toward the end of the nail. Repeat with all fingers of both hands. Then clean under your nails by scrubbing the underside of your nails along your palm to remove debris. Carefully rinse your hands under the stream of water with your fingertips pointing downwards, taking care not to touch the inside of the sink or the faucet. Tap your fingers together to ensure that all water droplets remain in the sink. Take paper towels from the paper towel dispenser and dry all surfaces of your hands, the front, back, between your fingers and your wrists, taking care not to allow the paper towels to touch the unwashed areas of your lower arms. Throw these paper towels directly into the trash bin. Finally, take a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off, because wet paper towels may rip and recontaminate your hands. Questions? No questions? All right, moving on. All right, let's see if we learned anything from this one. Again, this is a lesson from the online program. So this is going to be a little bit different because it's a skill. So at the top of the skills video, you're going to see a thing for care plan. This is a care plan. hand washing doesn't have a care plan for the test, but I created one for the online program. And then you would have the other button is the checklist. This is the actual checklist being used during grading. So you have access to these checklists in the online program when you're studying. And then you've got the video, and then below the video is another sequencing activity. So let's see if we can figure out how to do this. Okay. So what do you guys think is step 1? Turn the water on. Very good. What's step 2? Wet hands. Step 3? Apply soap. Step 4? How about lather all surfaces? Team lather? Okay, rub for 20 seconds. Okay, yeah, team lather. Okay, now what do you want to do? Now we want to do the 20 seconds. Yep. What's next? Rinse. Okay. What about these last 2? Which comes first, drying hands or turning water off? Dry hands and then turn water off. Okay. All right. Very good. So let's check it and see how we did. And we got our gold star. Yay. Now, if we got something wrong, it would tell us to retry. We'd hit the retry button and it scrambles all of them again. So you've got to start from the beginning, and that just helps with that comprehension. Okay. So good. All right. After the first skill is over. So when you're doing your first skill, remember you get your care plan set with 3 skills, right? This thing, 3 skills, you're going to do them in order. First skill, at the beginning of the first skill, you're going to wash your hands during the opening. At the end of the first skill, you're going to wash your hands for the closing. After that first skill is done, the evaluators are going to tell you you can simulate hand washing from that point. Simulate hand washing. That just means say. This cuts the time down on the skill and allows those evaluators to get home into their pool with their Mai Tais. So don't simulate until you're told. Okay. But I have a lesson on that as well. And then we're going to talk about indirect care. Now, indirect care can be summed up in treat the patient the way you would want to be treated. That really sums up indirect care. Imagine if you traded places with the patient for a second. You're in a strange place surrounded by strange people, and you're preoccupied, you're worried. You want to treat the patient like a human. So some of the things that are involved in indirect care, and it is graded on the state exam under those indirect care checkpoints. Some of the things that are graded under indirect care is eye contact, tone of voice, rate of speech, facial expression, body language, explanations, your posture, and your overall attitude. So you want to make sure that you've got these things in check when you're doing the skills. And it's really easy to mess this up when you're testing because you're nervous and you're putting all of your attention on you. Where should it be? On the patient. If you can make that flip in your brain, you'll do fine on indirect care. So any questions, guys? I know I went fast. Look at that. I am right on time. This is a miracle. You can follow us on social media. We're located everywhere. I don't post nearly as often as I should because it's just, I don't know much about social media. So, all right. So let me get you your review sheet. Hang out for just 2 seconds, guys. I forgot to print these off earlier. Let me get you your review sheets. At the end of every single class, you're going to get a review sheet that sums up everything that we did in class that day. If you can answer all of these, congratulations, you stayed awake. These are for us to keep. It's for you to keep. This just takes a second, guys. So if you keep these, like I said, you're going to get one of these at the end of every class. If you keep them accessible, fill them out, keep it accessible, it becomes a really quick study guide right before the state exam. Remember when I said you can go out in your car and study? This is what you'd want to study. because it really condenses everything down into something usable for you. Okay, so give me just a few minutes. Let's let that print. I know I've got a couple of you that had some questions. Anybody that absolutely positively needs to run out the door right now, come get, I've got 3 review sheets. So those of you who need to run, who can't wait. Anybody need to run? No? This is not the fastest printer in the world. So is everybody good with what you learned today? Is anybody lost, confused? Feel like you made a mistake signing up? Did I go too fast for anybody? All right, anybody that has any questions, feel free to stay behind and you can ask me questions, go over anything that you need to. Otherwise, classes on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Remember, I don't show up until about 10 till. Don't be here too early. And you're welcome. Okay, there you go. And anything I can do to help, let me know. Remember, my email is at the bottom of your syllabus. You can email me with any concerns that you have, and you will be getting 2 emails from me this evening. One of them is an invitation for the online course. The other one is a wrap-up email with links to everything that we talked about. Okay, did I go too fast? It's a lot of information, guys. I know, but we are going to be reviewing most of it as we go. Okay, congratulations, you survived class 1. I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Link, trying to find where I have one on this, and it says that I can like access my courses. I will just.
Oh, those of you who still owe the other half, please make sure you check your email for the payment link. You're welcome. I forgot to make that.
Oh, wait, are we gonna review next class?
No, the answers are at the bottom. So you can just, okay, you're not enrolled in any course. That one you're going to take home, leave it at home. You don't need it while we're in class. You're going to return it on the last.
Okay.
We don't work out of that one. We only use it for homework.
So I just need to re-sign up then.
Yeah, but hold on one second. I want to look at something real quick. Let me just get off of YouTube here.